Welcome everybody to the Global Blockchain Summit 2019. I am Rafael Riera, academic developer at Zigurat Global Institute of Technology. I am going to introduce you during the 10 first minutes the key features of this event so you can see the whole picture of this summit. So the main purpose of the Global Blockchain Summit 2019 is to discover how blockchain is changing our world. For that, we'll cover all the hot topics related to the cutting-edge technologies, such as governance frameworks, tech applications, cybersecurity, Internet of Things, cryptonomics, industry applications, legal regulations, and the future of blockchain. The event will last 6 hours, as you can see in the agenda, and it is split in 4 different blocks. The first one, blockchain basics. We will discover the essentials of the technology and the state of the art in different regions and countries. Then, in the second one, in the Tech Talks one, we will see the technical framework of blockchain and how it is applied to cybersecurity. The third one, tech applications, we'll discover the fundamentals of cryptonomics and how to combine Internet of Things with blockchain. And finally, in industry applications, we have the legal and the construction industry, and we'll find out the advantages that blockchain has to offer. With the link of the event of the website, you will be able to access at any time of your convenience. So if you need to take a break, you will be able to enter at the event with the same link. Furthermore, if you want to invite friends or colleagues and you want to share the event through your social network, you can do it with the same link. Directors, lecturers, and collaborators of the Masters in Global Blockchain Technologies are the speakers of this summit. They will bring the Zigurat's expertise to all of you, and they will do it in the same way that we give the subjects in Zigurat, in a 100% digital ecosystem, and they will do it from their homes or their offices. So the interaction is face-to-face, and you will be able to interact directly with them. The organizers are Shaping Works Academy, who is the academic partner of Zigurat in the Masters in Global Blockchain Technologies, and Zigurat Global Institute of Technology, that a part of the Masters in Blockchain, we offer other master programs related to digital transformation and to engineering topics. So the event is extremely related to the Masters in Global Blockchain Technologies, which is a one-year program, 100% online with an international faculty board, and also with students from more than 30 different countries. So the internationality of this master, it's quite spectacular. And in an online format, you will be able to collaborate doing projects and learning how to apply blockchain in many different industries and departments of companies. Apart from that, we have the Student Week in Barcelona that you will be able to come and make on-site classes and meet in first person the lecturers and your colleagues of the program, as well as other colleagues from other master programs. The partners of the event are the European Blockchain Association, the IOTA, Kim Global, BlockBeam, Appetite for Disruption, the Blockchain Association of Eurasia, and ZB. You have to know that today we are more than 650 attendees, so you are not alone in your home. We are a lot of people today connected, and 9 different speakers from their houses. So today we are working here with a very big net of professionals. You're coming from more than 80 different nationalities and representing more than 10 different industries. Here you can check the top countries listed, where attendees come from. And in this case, the first one is Switzerland, then Turkey, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Spain, South Africa, Brazil, India, the UK, and the US. Finally, if you want to interact and you want to ask anything related to the conferences that you will watch, you can ask us through Twitter anything you want with the hashtag Blockchain Summit 19. And if you want to follow us in our social network, or you want to share the event, you can do it through our LinkedIn, Instagram, Twitter, or Facebook media. So thank you very much to be with us today, and hope you enjoy the summit.
Hi everybody, I'm David. I'm the program director of the blockchain master at Zigurat, and I welcome you today to the Blockchain Summit 2019. Great that you're here. Today we will talk a lot about blockchain, its fundamentals, and so many other things. I will start today with what is blockchain anyways, to give you really a fundamental insight into what is this block and what is a chain. So yeah, let me see. That's the next slide, right? So yeah, just quickly, my background, I've been an entrepreneur for almost a decade now, mainly working with technology. I'm really a digital enthusiast, and whenever there comes up a new technology, I try to find out, can it somehow help me? What problems can it solve? And blockchain, when it appeared on my screen at least, around 2015, 2016, I was really amazed by its opportunities when I tried to understand what it basically is. And I mean, I'm not a developer, and thus my presentation today will really not go deeply into, let's say, technical specifications, but more on a, let's say, high level. But still, we have to go a little bit into the technical parts, or the, let's say, at least mathematical parts, theoretical parts, to answer some of the major questions about what blockchain is in the end. So yeah, let's go into it. We don't have much time, so the day is just starting for us. So I mean, most of you probably have heard about blockchain before, right? Otherwise you wouldn't be here. But what is it? Is there one blockchain? Are there different blockchains? What about this Bitcoin and Litecoin and Ethereum and all the other coins? What is that? What is the underlying principle of that? What is the actual blockchain? What does it really mean when we go to the bottom of it? So let's start with that. First of all, I always like to have a definition, an official definition. I think I stole that from Wikipedia. So what is a blockchain? It says it's a registry of assets and respective transactions. Full stop. So what does that mean? So for me, it was the easiest to begin with comparing a blockchain with normal databases that we know, MySQL or whatever, or even an Excel list, and how those usually work. So usually, let's say, traditional databases are stored at one hard drive, at I don't know, a USB stick, but usually at a physical point. On one point they're stored. There's one point of truth where the data is stored on some kind of device. Now, even in the cloud era, we have, although it doesn't seem like we have one physical spot where the data is stored, but there is somewhere. There's a data center. So having that in mind, that there's one device, one hard drive or so, where you can save different files, documents, any kind of digital assets that you might have. Now, if we look into the blockchain, I like to describe it as the data unbase, because you can store data, yes, very specific data, but it seems like it does not really have a base, but it's a distributed base. You might have heard the word distributed ledger. And this is exactly what it's about. So I think to start with, it's good to understand that not having one single device or storage point, but a whole peer-to-peer network of thousands or hundreds of thousands or even millions of different peers, usually it's computers. So a big network of distributed peers that can be around the world, anywhere. Let's say, assume we have the blockchain we're talking about. By the way, there's not one blockchain, but there can be plenty of, like you can have plenty of, I don't know, apps on your smartphone. But let's say in our Zigurat blockchain, we have 500,000 computers distributed in every country of the world. So this is the first thing you need, a peer-to-peer network. Now the second part is the actual data, and as the definition says, it's about transactional data. And now we have, let's say, blocks. You can imagine like pieces of paper where we have information. For example, an easy one is always to imagine like your bank account and transactions that happen on your bank account, right? So money coming in from, I don't know, your landlord, from your employer, money going out to your landlord for your for your apartment. So maybe you pay €1,000 per month for your apartment, but you earn €2,000 a month of salary. So you have plus 2,000 and minus 1,000. Those are transactional data, like the easiest way to imagine a set of data. And now you can store those like on a piece of paper that you might have gotten back then, from your bank if you wanted to see, hey, what did I spend? So yeah, it's this kind of ledger, right? So just a set of transactional data, which is now stored not on a piece of paper or in a normal database, but this block of information, let's just say all the transactions that you did yesterday in your bank account, those information are now stored in a block of the blockchain. And those blocks are like a transaction history of data over time. And that's it already, generally. So we will, of course, go a bit deeper into what makes that special now. But in the end, this is really the blockchain. It's saving data not on a single device, but in a peer-to-peer network, transactional data over time in blocks. So, of course, we will need to check what is a block specifically and what does make that special. But first, let's look into what kind of data are there that could be stored. I mean, transactional data from your bank account is just one thing, but there are many different transactional data types: custodianship, ownership, locations, values, and so on. Or, for example, the change of location. But if we look into those assets, those data assets, I mean, it could be personal data, maybe about my weight changing over time. Probably not the best thing to look into. Anyways, can be contracts, any kind of certificates, titles of ownership. If I buy a car from you, for example, this kind of information, those can transactional data, even values, can be stored, and the transactions about those values can be stored in a blockchain. So, as I said pretty much in the beginning, is I always like to look into what problem does a technology solve. And I think it's also good to understand what blockchain is for and is not for. So let's say into today's commerce, into trade, for example, in the online world, you might buy something on Amazon or Alibaba or so from a vendor who's on the other side of our planet, and there are many people involved, like probably, I don't know, a website hoster is involved, and a financial institution is involved to make sure, for example, PayPal, to make sure that the money flows. But if there's a like a very large number of peers involved, like remember back 500,000 computers in our peer-to-peer network, there's a large number of widely distributed peers, then it's a problem to find, or to trust each other, to find consensus. You want to make sure that you're not tricked if you buy something, right? You pay money and you never get the good that you purchased. So you want to make sure that you can trust the other peers. And this problem is solved by blockchain in a specific way. So to say it more generally, finding consensus between this large number of widely spread, maybe all over the world, those distributed peers. If you want to find consensus between them, like a single truth, then blockchain can help. For example, making sure that every peer knows that you actually made a payment, and every peer in the value chain should or supply chain should know that you also received the goods you purchased. And if this should be, consensus that this has happened, and if the record that you're creating of this transaction should be unchangeable, so to say, or immutable, then blockchain can help. Those are the two problems that the blockchain solves. So it's specific problems. That means blockchain is not a database or data unbase for anything, just for very specific cases. And I think today you will hear many cases of where this can really make a difference and why this is so interesting. But let's see now, okay, if we have cases where finding consensus and creating immutable records is really important. For example, when it comes to global trade, about financial transactions, about other values that kind of get into a transaction, for example, the car that you buy. Then let's now see how does that work and what is the secret sauce, so to say. And you might have heard about cryptology or cryptography as the actual word should be. Then this is a very specific thing about how the data unbase blockchain works compared to other traditional databases. Because usually if you look into, let's say, a normal MySQL database or any other databases, if we talk about cryptography, it's usually about, let's say, a password to access the data. But in the blockchain world, there's cryptography already in the data saving process involved. It's woven in, so to say. And if we look back into the two major problems that it solves, this creating consensus, it also means that you have to create trust. So if we have 500,000 peers, we have to make sure that in a world where one peer doesn't know another and cannot really trust them, in a zero trust environment, so to say, because we don't know the other peers, and they're somewhere at the end of the world, maybe. We use cryptography to create trust, 100% trust. It sounds a bit mystical, but cryptography is here a key. And I'll try to show you why it is and how that works. And this goes now a little bit into the technical area, but as I said, I will try to not dig too deep into it. So, first of all, it's good to understand what is a block, because we have block and chain, so what does that mean? The block, and just for definition, so to say, has a couple of parts, so to say, like a car has a couple of parts. Thank God the blockchain doesn't have that many parts as a car, but it's definitely more complex. So the first part is just the transactional data. What we see here is the payload. So imagine this is like really, as I said, yesterday's bank transactions when I paid my landlord and I bought a nice bottle of wine or so. So those information from my personal bank account, just from yesterday, are now the payload. So the actual set of the data or transactional data that I want to save to my database, so to say, that I want to save in my blockchain, or the block that I want to add to the chain. So each block consists, of course, of the actual transactional data, and it's called in the blockchain world payload. But the block does not only consist of that, but there's also so-called nonce, and let's now put that aside because it's not really important for the general idea, just that you've heard it. Next to the payload, there's the nonce, and then comes a complex algorithm, so to say, the cryptography. It's a hash function. You can imagine that like a very complex kind of mathematical equation. And those three together, so to say, in the end, give the so-called blockchain hash. And we don't really have to go into detail. It's just important maybe that you've heard, hey, there are, a couple of parts which make the actual block of a blockchain. And this hash function, or the blockchain hash, is really important because if every block has not just the payload, as it's, let's say, in traditional databases the case, But here we're adding like crazy mathematics, cryptography. And every single block has cryptography, so to say, you know, woven in. It's part of this information block. And this is fundamentally different from traditional databases. Usually you would only have the left side, the payload. Now we put, just for saving yesterday's transactions on my bank account, we are adding crazy mathematics. How that looks like we'll go into afterwards, but now let's just imagine we have this one block with this crazy mathematics, which creates out of the transactional data, the payload, now creates this crazy, let's say, mathematical equation, like we have it here on the right side, 2n minus 9y times b3, and those kind of things, you know. Now what happens if, let's say, you want to, or I want to save maybe my information from yesterday's transactions into the blockchain? What happens is now that this very, very complex equation, like this math thing, is now given into the peer-to-peer network of, in our case, the Zigurat blockchain, 500,000 peers or 500,000 computers. Now, all of the computers start when they get the question, so to say, when I try to save something. First of all the computers have to do the math to find the solution for this equation. So then probably the first one will say, hey, that's my result. The next computer will say, hey, that's my result. And they will compare. And only if the peers agree on one solution of the equation, let's say I don't know, the solution for the equation is n is 113 or so, only then it will actually be saved. And then the block is added to the chain, so to say. So if we go back, you know, we have my payload, so the transactions from my bank account from yesterday. We add those crazy numbers and so on. Then this 113, you know, the solution of the equation is also part of the next block. So the basis of the next block, like today's transactions from my bank account, then I really try to make it easy, this 113 will be part of the next equation for block 1. If you then go to block 2, it will have a part of block 1 in it, right? The blockchain hash, so the solution of the equation that all the 500,000 peers agreed on is part of every block. That also means that if in 2 weeks, let's say every day I'm saving one block of transactional data from a bank account. So if we have 14 blocks and I want to go back and change something in the first block, I would have to tell 500,000 computers, or let's say 499,999, that they were wrong 2 weeks ago, and that we have all the math again, not just for the first block, B1, but for all the 13 following blocks. And who would, you know, who of the 499,909 other computers would say, oh, wow, right, maybe we made a mistake? No, because you found consensus before. That means that it's, so to say, immutable. You cannot go back and change something because everybody trusted that back then the equation was solved in the right way because 500,000 computers said, yes, that's true, and nothing else is true. So this is how creating trust by cryptography, by math, so to say, by mathematics, is woven into the actual process of adding information, transactional data, adding a block to the chain, saving data in our blockchain database or data unbase. So yeah, that's basically it. It creates those immutable records, and it creates trust between the peers. And there are now like very different ways of how this can make an impact, right? Because the question is now, is that really special? I mean, you can save data in many ways, and does the world need that, so to say? Because so far, my bank usually makes everything right when I do a transaction. And if I look into my bank account, looks like the transaction all correct and so on. So, but what other cases are there? Why is it so special? I think, as I said, today you will hear a lot about that. But maybe one very easy thing to understand is, for example, or to where it really makes sense and can change something is trade. I used trade today already as an example most of the time. So, but let's see the history of trade and how blockchain might change it. So let's go back thousands of years. So we had trade in a very informal way. I had a cow, you had 10 chickens, I needed chickens, you needed a cow. So we would just exchange maybe 10 chickens against one cow. I don't know, but there was, I mean, how did the actual transaction happen? We met face to face. You checked my cow, I check your chickens if they seem okay. Then we shake our hands and that's it, right? So a very informal way, which changed a bit over time when, for example, we got more general kind of exchange tools like money, for example. So money evolved, and then you didn't need to change a cow against chickens. If you just wanted chickens, you could have maybe something else, but not your cow, sold into a general transaction layer, which is then the money. But to make sure that money has the right value and so on, that one side is not tricking the other one, it needed institutions, for example, banks. So the way trade happened was formalized. I could make a payment over a bank, for example, to you. I can store money in a bank. There are institutions who make sure how much is the money actual worth, right? Interest rates and so on, central banks, so many institutions arose from this formalization process because trade got more global, more complex, and so on. There were more goods to purchase. And then finally, like let's say 20, 30 years ago, we got into the online era. Another step for global trade that now made it so much easier to find goods, to purchase them wherever they come from the world. You can easily purchase something today which comes from China if you're in the United States, or if you're, I don't know, in Germany and you want to purchase something which is from the Philippines. It's no problem. You can go online, check it, and buy it. And made it more complex again, and what we needed for that to make it happen in a good and trusted way is more institutions. So, for example, trust certificates. This is a trusted e-shop, or we needed other payment options to make it smooth, like PayPal, WePay, or all those kind of different things which help in today's world to make e-commerce easier and trustworthy. And still it happens many, many times, right? That you buy something or people buy something but never actually get the goods. And for PayPal, that's, for example, it's a big thing to try to create trust by saying, hey, we will help you to get your goods. If you do not get what you purchased, then you will get your money back, and we will freeze the account of the vendor or so. So it's an approach to try to make this kind of online trade, the complex global online trade, easier and more trustworthy. And if we think about how that works, there are plenty of peers in the world involved in those transactions of buying something online, for example. And now let's think back. This is a really big thing for the blockchain world, because when you have different peers who might not trust each other because they don't know each other, blockchain can be a great, great solution to bring this to the next level, to create trust automatically between all the peers. So this is just one example where probably blockchain will have a big, big impact in the future. Another part, and especially the experts from the blockchain world often refer to that. If you look back into the old internet before blockchain was there, was the internet of information. You can access websites, you can exchange PDFs, documents, images. So to say, this is what you can, use in the internet. Now, with the blockchain, we're getting away from just an internet of this information that you're sharing to values that you can share or trade in the internet. So it can be, as we saw before, right? Money with this Bitcoin and so on. You can, but also like information about your identity, about contracts, votes, stocks, even art. About land that you purchased, all those values could now be stored. The information about those values, those transactions, can now be stored and shared over the internet. So it's a whole new quality of what we can do with a blockchain-based internet. And the most interesting part probably is that if we have a trust-creating mechanism between all those peers involved in such transactions, then there's no more need for trust-creating institutions anymore. If we go back to this, how it evolved, right? How trade evolved, for example, and how it was formalized, banks, the institutions that actually create the trust and the blockchain world, we don't need those institutions anymore. And those institutions often get a big chunk of the actual value of a transaction. And so this internet of value based on blockchain can, for example, help to make transactions faster and cheaper for everybody, while also increasing the level of trust. So yeah, there are many things to talk about. Maybe one last point. If we look at where are we with the blockchain, we're pretty much in the beginning. The internet was like 30 years ago where blockchain is today. Today, the internet, you use it every day. Right now, you're using it. You're using WhatsApp, online banking probably. But this is really, it took a long time. And 30 years ago, nobody would have thought about that your smartphone will be always connected to the internet, because it reached today, you know, a high level of implementation. Blockchain is not there yet. We are pretty much in the beginning, where after a long time of experimentation now leads into standardization. A dominant design comes up of how the blockchain works, or different blockchain protocols like Ethereum, for example, how they work, what is important about them, how it can work on a large scale, and so on. So we're pretty much in the beginning, and probably in the next 5 to 10 years only, we will get into a implementation phase where we actually see that it's, you know, a really important part of everyday's processes, but we might even not see them. Can be in the business world, can be in our personal world. So that's it from my side. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope it was somehow understandable, and hopefully will also be a good basis for the understanding of what comes up next today. So enjoy it. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
All right. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the online summit, to the session where we're looking at how blockchain actually changes the world, or as I like to refer to it more or less, is the trust and transparency economy. And this session is not so much about blockchain directly and the dynamics behind it or the technology part about it, but for me, it's more now here to give you an overview of how the technology actually fits in and how the technology actually affects, probably in a couple of years, all our lives and how it already works right now. So this is more an, let's call it a meter level session where we are looking at it from a broader perspective rather than in the depths of the technology itself. But I think it's really important to understand what blockchain can actually do and how it is already doing it and what is it affecting, to really understand the technology use and the use cases that you can take advantage of in a later stage when you're deciding to work on blockchain projects or blockchain business cases, or even to create a new blockchain-based organization. So let's quickly jump in, and first of all, let's start with a very simple chart on understanding why we are actually talking about blockchain. And one way I like to explain it is to look into the industrial revolutions that we had over time and to understand where we are right now from an industrial revolutional perspective in. So back in the days, we started with steam power and the use of mechanical looms as the first industrial revolution. So that's basically where we had like this first jump in productivity, where we could produce things much faster, where we could produce things much more efficient, where prices dropped dramatically for all kinds of things, and where we had things like the first train coming up that brought us from A to B much quicker, much faster. So these are like things that really started to kick off there, and that's what we refer to as one of the first industrial revolutions. So with the increasing complexity, and we started to use electrical energy in the second industrial revolution, and that was basically the first assembly line, and it was used basically in a slaughterhouse first of all. So it's probably a sign that people always liked to eat a lot, and that this was always a sign for wealth. So that's why we implemented it first in a slaughterhouse in the UK, and this made us even more productive. It made us even more efficient and created more output in less time. Then we moved on for the first use of IT systems, and that's one of the points where I really disagree with the ongoing discussion about digitization and digital technologies, digital revolution, digital transformation, all these buzzwords that you hear a lot all the time at the moment. I think that's basically one of the first parts where we started to talk about digital, because that's when we started to use IT system, and it was as early as the sort of late 1960s, was first programmable computers, and this were the start of automation and production. That's where we were starting to use simple computer programs to optimize our production lines, and where we started to use automation, all these kinds of things, or at least build the foundation for all these technologies that we are having today. And that's why I still think till today, when we talk a lot about digitalization and digital transformation, what we're actually talking about is process optimization. For me, this is something that is much related to what we had in this third wave of industrial revolutions, with the first start of using IT systems in the organizational environment in our society. But now we're moving into the fourth industrial revolution, and that's actually a term that was coined by the World Economic Forum a couple of years ago. And the key characteristic here is that we're not so much talking about efficiency anymore. It's also part of it, but what's more important here and more interesting to see is that we are starting to move into the cyber physical space, meaning we're connecting basically everything. So everything is going to be connected in some way or the other. And we create sometimes this mainstream media examples for that, where we're talking about fridges that order automatically milk when they see that there's no milk in. These are like this I sometimes refer to them as like the funny examples of what these technologies will be capable of doing, because they are more or less just made for the media environment. But this is actually what we're talking about when we're talking about the fourth industrial revolution, or the things that are actually changing the world right now. It's the part of the game where we are moving things together, where we're connecting things together, where we make them communicate. And basically what it is a technology networks. And these technology networks is the important part to understand when we're talking about blockchain, and why blockchain has the potential and probably will make use of this potential to change every system that we know, everything that we're doing right now, and really leaves a footprint on our society, on political systems, on our business systems, the way we do business, the way we organize things, the way we transfer value, and all these kinds of things that we will hear about throughout the day, and that you probably relate to the term of blockchain itself. Before we go on with that, let's quickly look into what networks are and how they are successful. And I think there are 5 key success factors of every network that you need to really stand out with the things that you're doing, and also to create these cyber physical space, not just from a systematic dimension, but also from more like a softer dimension on how to create it. And I think these success factors are not a big surprise, because they are also applying in non-technical networks, but like the general network, like a society or a community that you're part of. These are like the success factors of every network that we know today. So the first one is trust. So we need to trust the network that we're part of. We need to feel good there. We need to feel safe in there. Second part is transparency. So we need to understand these things. There shouldn't be any kind of secrets. There shouldn't be any kind of surprises based on these transparency issues, so that you are not just doing something and then someone else says, yeah, but this was not part of what we have defined here, or whatever. So you need transparency to have clear guiding principles in every network. And this is also part of what we'll follow a little bit later here with the rules part in this list of success factors. And the third one is definitely access. And by access, I'm not just referring to that you can just enter, but that there is a clear process on how you can enter it, that there are clear guiding principles, again, on how to asset it. But you need to have some kind of access to it, however it is defined, because as soon as a network becomes not accessible at all, because there's a rule implemented that says, like, whatever you do, you can never access, then it's probably not a good network and doesn't make sense. Too much use of the potential that it could make use of. Fourth point here are rules, or the guiding principles that I already mentioned a couple of times on this chart here. Is we need to have this clarity, and this is directly related to transparency, trust, and access on how things are working, how things are guided, how things are rewarded, how things are, or what things are good, what things are bad, what things are allowed, what things are forbidden. So we need these kinds of rules and guiding principles to be successful in a network, and to play also by the rules. You need to understand them first. It doesn't matter what you take here as an example. Just think about something like a sport, like soccer. If you don't know the rules, you can't be part of the game, because every time you do something, someone will say, like, this was wrong, or this was not fair, or whatever. And then the last part that I personally think is quite often forgotten on these kind of lists or success factors of networks is actually the participation of the people or the systems or the technology involved in the network. Because a network is only as good as the participation there, and that's what you see quite often happening nowadays to sports societies or charities. Quite often here in Germany, this is an ongoing discussion, that people are not any longer participating in these things. And it doesn't matter how good you are and how well you establish the network, how well it is designed, how well you have defined certain things. as soon as the participation of the different stakeholders within the network is not there, it's not a key component of what's happening, then there's actually no more relevant for the network, and having no more relevant is basically the first step to becoming obsolete or just disappearing from the horizon. So this is really important to understand. So I don't want to talk too much about all these components here in this session. I want to focus on two, because I think they are most important for what blockchain technology can actually bring onto the table for our future. And this is trust and transparency. And I want to start here straight off with trust. And I want to start with a quote from a really smart thinking person that I really like here when it comes to the trust statement. It's Brené Brown. And she says, trust is defined as choosing to make what's important to you vulnerable to the actions of someone else. This trust is defined as what I shared with you is not safe with you. And I think this vulnerability part is the really important part here of this quote that she's bringing to the table, because what's actually here in this statement, the trust part is, as soon as I trust someone, I'm actually putting my future or whatever into their hands, and whatever they do with it, it can either be good or bad. And I need to rely on that. And this is probably one of the characteristics of trust that I really like here, and that I think are really important to understand, is this part of being vulnerable, because you have in this part only this one person or institution, whatever, that you make yourself vulnerable to, and you need to rely on that whatever they are doing is in your interest or based on the interest that you have defined together in the relationship that you have established. So I think this is a really, really interesting definition, or a really interesting perspective on trust. But I want to give you a second one, and the second one is from Esther Perel. And she says, trust is the active engagement with the unknown. Trust is risky. And this is something that puts it for me even a little bit further, because especially this risk part, I think, is really interesting to understand also from a blockchain perspective, and we'll see this later on in this session, is when you're dealing with the unknown, and the unknown is not per se something good or something bad, it's just a matter of fact that there will be always unknown, is as soon as you start engaging with that, you put yourself in some kind of a risk. And trust is basically the bridge between that. And that's trust in a nutshell, what you can see here on the slide. And I'll try to visualize it really, really simple. So whenever we're dealing with trust, we need to also deal with the unknown and the uncertainty part. So because the stuff that you know, where you can be certain about, you don't need to worry about, because that's nothing where you need to trust in this kind of sense of trust as we have defined it here now. But this is the stuff that you know that you can live really, really comfortable with, where you have some kind of certainty. I know we can now talk about if there's anything certain in our world today, but this is a discussion for something else. But let's leave it for the module that there are things that are certain that we know, so there's no trust issue going on. But then if you're dealing with the unknown, with uncertainty, for me, this best visualization here is that trust in some kind is like the connecting part, some kind of a bridge that brings together the known with the unknown. So it's basically the bridge between those two worlds, and this is the risky part about it. Right? So whenever you go over a bridge, you can be some kind of certain that it will be stable, but sometimes it's probably not that stable. And just think about, like, if you're in, I don't know, on the Golden Gate Bridge, for example, you trust this bridge that it will be quite stable and that you most likely will pass in a safe manner. But if you're probably in the jungle somewhere where nobody has been for the last 5 years, and you just find some kind of a rope with some wooden planks, you probably don't feel so much trust in this kind of the bridge. And I think this is like a really good metaphor to describe trust and to understand trust and to keep trust understandable in a really simple manner. So the question now probably that you're asking is, if we understand trust in some way, the question is, how do we actually build trust? And I like really this equation here, the trust equation. They're saying like trust is the result of credibility, reliability, intimacy, and self-orientation. And I just want to quickly go over that and don't make it too complicated here. But credibility is actually what's the expertise you're having. It could be something like your educational background, your professional experience, whatever. So do I believe in the credibility that you can do the job that I want you to do, or the task or the action that I want you to take? Next part, reliability. So can you deliver on these actions? So if I know that if I ask you if you can do something for me tomorrow and you do it tomorrow, that builds trust. If you do this 10 times and I know, okay, every time I ask you to do it till tomorrow and you did it the next day, then you're really, really reliable, and this increases your score there. Intimacy is the level of security you can give. So do I believe that you're not sharing information, for example? Is something that I share with you safe with you? So if I give you a really sensitive information, for example, and you didn't share with anybody, this also increases your level of trust, and this is a good thing. And then, like, if you have high credibility, high reliability, and high intimacy, the only thing that can go wrong by building trust is if you have an egocentric behavior, and this is the self-orientation part. So will you put, when there are high pressure situations, or if you're in trouble, whatever, will you put yourself first, or would you keep up to your values, to what's important to you, and rely as a trustworthy personality? So this is the game changer here. And the interesting part behind that is that even though you have high credibility, high reliability, and probably also a high level of intimacy, if the self-orientation doesn't fit into the equation, you're basically out of the trust game. And that's why I think this part is one of the most important things when we're talking about trust and trust building. So when you are looking at this equation, then we need to also understand how trust builds over time. And I think there are like these 5 levels of trust, and I really like this this way of looking into it. So basically, you start with some kind of a baseline of credibility, because when we start some kind of relationship where we want to build trust, the only thing that I can rely on in the beginning is your credibility, because you probably have some kind of a certification, your track record, or someone else that gives you a certain job that puts you into this part of credibility. But in the beginning, you actually don't have anything of the other part. I don't know anything about the level of intimacy you have. I don't know anything about how egocentric you are, and I also don't know how reliable you are. So that's basically just a baseline of credibility that I give you in the beginning, and then it starts to build up. So in the next level is that I put my personal interest to get a job done, for example, in the favor of you as a person or an organization rather than other options. So that's basically like the banking that you choose or whatever. So you have like, you choose it over other options that you have available on the market. Then following to that, the next level of trust is that I share personal information with you, and it could be everything simple from my date of birth, my place of birth, up to my driver's license or whatever. So I give you my personal information, I give you information of that. And then if this level is established and it also works out, then we start talking about sensitive information. So I give in sensitive information that I wouldn't probably share with everybody, probably things that also make you vulnerable, as we have seen from the quotes in the beginning. And then ultimately, and that's the holy grail of trust, but in this case, the holy grail is really achievable, is where you commit to a long-term relationship, where it's like, okay, I fully trust this person. I think there's no egocentric behavior in the long term, where you really say like, this is a trustworthy person, and that's the ultimate goal of building trust. And as you can see from that, and this is really the important part, trust builds through consistency over time, and credibility builds like that, intimacy builds like that, reliability builds like that. The only thing that is always a surprise is self-focus, or the focus on yourself, where I can't really have something. But I mean, with time, I get a better feeling for that, but this is something that can break in really short dimensions as well. So the more trust you want to build, the more consistent you need to be in your behavior, because that takes out the risk for me to understand what is happening. Because if I know that when you say I deliver tomorrow, you will always deliver tomorrow, then I can trust in this sentence because I have a lot of proof for that. But the problem with trust is it takes quite long to build trust, and it only takes a couple of seconds to break it completely. So that's really important to understand, that you need consistency and that you really need to focus on not breaking your trust level. So why am I talking about this all the time? So let's get a little bit more into the blockchain direction, because when we're talking about trust, we also need to think about the role of intermediaries to really understand it. So one part here is, and this is a really simple module of trust and intermediaries, is you want to do business with someone and you have no idea who this person is, if you can trust them, because it's a first-time relationship. So you need use an intermediary, for example here, a bank. And what you're basically doing with this relationship with the bank is you are outsourcing your risk to the bank, and your business partner is doing the same. And the bank is managing the risk for both parties. So that's why I also like quite often to refer in the value creation of a bank, or the value delivery of a bank, as the part of managing risk. And that's a really, really simple example where you could say, okay, in this two people to organizations construct, we probably don't need it, but this is basically what it is: outsourcing the risk and letting someone else manage the risk. And over time, you build these relationships with the partners within the environment. But this is not how reality looks like, especially when you're in the business world. And if you're doing it globally, then the complex world looks more like that. And this is still a simple module here. It's like, okay, you have a business partner you want to do business with. So, and you trust your bank as the intermediary, but this bank doesn't have a direct relationship with the business partner that you want to do business with. So the bank has probably another intermediary that brings them closer to that. Then there's probably another intermediary. Then there's another one, and another one, until you end up having someone that is having the direct relationship with your business partner. So it might be that you have 4, 3, 4, or 5, whatever different kind of intermediaries involved in this relationship with your business partner. And this is due to the fact that we always talk about trust on a one-to-one level. So you can't really skip it. And the real problem that we are having here, and that brings us now to the transparency part, is that you probably trust, or you trust your bank, and you probably have a transparency between you and your bank because you know them and you have worked with them over the years. But as soon as it gets into the next level of this trust hierarchy, or this trust chain, you probably don't understand it anymore, and you don't have the transparency about it. And you probably don't even have the transparency of all the intermediaries involved there. And that's reality, and that's something that is not really cool, not really nice. And with every more intermediary involved, the risk of the trust is increasing, as we have seen before that, because we can't really prove that this is what we want and what we're having. And that's why we now need to talk a little bit about transparency. And I want to start here again with a quote and the question of why does it actually matter. And the simple answer here from Freda Lewis Hall is, transparency is the currency of trust. And I think this is one of the strongest statements you can bring here, because without transparency, you can't build the trust. If you go back to the equation that we have been talking about a second ago, this is all about transparency. Because if I can make transparent my level of intimacy, my level of credibility, and also my level of reliability, then it's getting much easier for me as a person to trust you, because I understand how these different kind of dimensions will work for you and are basically working out in the future, or probably even just doing some kind of predictions based on your track record. So that's why transparency matters here. And how do you actually establish transparency? And this is the part of information management. And if we're talking about information here, we need information that is reliable. So basically that we can say this information is something that we can build on. The information needs to be accessible. So we need to find the proof for that. We need to find basically the information, in worst cases, written on paperwork, so that, okay, that's actually it. It needs to be current, so it needs to be updated. So saying something like, I did 5 years ago X, Y, Z is nothing that needs us here. So we need the latest version of that. We need the latest track record of something. So we need the current thing. And we need also information to be validated. So we need some kind of a feedback here that says like, yes, everything that you have seen and found here is actually the truth. And it's actually things that you can rely on. Basically what's the first part of the information, that's the validation. So it's like an external factor to count in here. And that's really important. And that's what you can see at the bottom of the slide here, is all the changes need to be communicated. So whenever something changes, I need to be aware of that. I need to understand that. And I need to, if I know someone, let's make it with a really, really simple example here. If someone says, okay, today, so I'm not a criminal, for example, and now he commits some kind of a crime, if I'm not getting informed about that and still have like this old information, and this is also directly related to the currency of the information here, if I'm not informed about the change of the information, then my mindset or my approach still might be, yes, this is a person that never committed a crime, but in reality they did. So all these changes need to be communicated. So this is the important part about transparency and why it relies directly into trust. So now the interesting part is, and I hope you see it already, is how does blockchain now actually fit in there? And that's my last slide here. It's basically the meter level of why I think blockchain is so powerful and why it really has the potential to change the world. Because it might be that, or it is already established in many parts here, that there's you and your business partner, and you have this immediate trust based through the validation of the blockchain-based network. Because the blockchain-based network creates, first of all, transparency, as we have seen on the slides before. Yeah, so we know it's reliable and we know it's current. We have the external validation quite often in different parts. It's accessible, it's transparent. I mean, we have all these kinds of things that you probably learn throughout this day in this online summit on these kind of components. But actually, what the blockchain-based network does, it brings in transparency. And by creating this transparency, it creates trust. And by establishing trust, we will find new ways where we can basically cut out some kind of the intermediaries. We can build faster, more direct relationships. And that's why I'm deeply believing in the blockchain technology. And I'm really excited to see what comes here in the future. And I really hope that you like this short introduction on more the meter level of the blockchain world and why blockchain has the potential to change the world and how it might do it by establishing a trust and transparency economy in the future. So thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for listening. And I'm really looking forward to discussing this with you further. Please feel free to reach out to me whenever you have a question. And I wish you a wonderful time here in this online summit on blockchain. See you soon. My name is Weninger, and take care.
Hi, everyone. It's a pleasure to be with you today and talk about blockchain. But before we start, I wanted to introduce myself and talk a little bit about my background and why today I'm talking about this topic. My name is Loha Hashimy. I am working as innovation consultant at Knowledge Innovation Market. And besides, I am doing my PhD at Autonomous University of Barcelona, and my dissertation is about distributed ledger technologies, blockchain, and how it will impact small, medium enterprises. One of the topics that I have been researching this year is about the impact of financial regulation and development of distributed ledger technologies, along with Philip Sonner and Emily Griffey from Autonomous University of Barcelona. And today I will be talking about the results of this research and how financial regulations can impact the development of blockchain or DLT firms. The content of today's speech will be a little bit background, I will give an introduction to the ledger technologies. Then I will talk a little bit about the initiatives, EU initiatives or financial initiatives of European Union regarding blockchain and distributed ledger technologies. Then I will talk about the methodology for this research, data description, results, and at the end I'll give a conclusion of the research. But before we start, so I wanted to actually give a short description or definition of some main words that I will be using, basically for the ones who are not familiar. The first one is DLT, distributed ledger technology. Basically, in distributed ledger technologies, instead of keeping data centralized as in a traditional ledger, we use independent computers to record, share, and synchronize transaction in their respective electronic ledgers. Blockchain is one type of distributed ledger technology in which data is stored in blocks, and cryptocurrency is a digital currency in which encryption techniques are used to regulate the generation of units of currency and verify the transfer of funds operating independently of a central bank. So there is no central entity which actually controls the currency. Token, the definition of token here is basically a word or object conferring authority on or serving to authenticate the speaker or holder. But for me, a token is a digital representation of anything of value. So these are the main terms that I will be using that I'm sure that most of you are familiar with. But before we start, probably I wanted to talk about what is blockchain, but since the summit is about blockchain, I assume that previous speakers have already talked about it and you're familiar with the concept of blockchain. But one thing that I wanted to stress here is that we are moving from the Internet of Information to the Internet of Value, or basically from Web 1 and Web 2, which were used for sharing copied data as texts, images, videos, and music, to blockchain, which enables the transfer of ownership. Transaction in blockchain can include intangible assets such as currency, shares, copyrights, patents, tangible assets such as real estate and goods, and obligations such as contracts and pledges. The problem with such a system is that it has the potential to disrupt most of the centralized systems that we are familiar with. Using blockchain, there is no need for trusted third parties for verification, accountability, and identity. Moreover, it can, if the system is built in a decentralized manner, it means that there is no central entity responsible for the things that happen. Then we might think of what happens if something goes wrong, or whom should we reclaim, who is the custodian of such a system. The other problem of some distributed ledger technologies, including the first application of blockchain, Bitcoin, is anonymity or pseudonymity, when we don't know who is the person behind the transaction and who owns the tokens and to whom they transfer their tokens. We have heard of many bad news that associate blockchain or tokens or cryptos with terrorism, financing, money laundering, theft, scam, criminal activities, and so on. Then the question is, who is going to protect people in society from such malicious actions? According to the World Bank, regulation is a tool to protect citizens, environment, and foster economic growth. But the problem is that governments are challenged with striking a balance and providing a minimal regulatory framework in order to boost the ecosystem and leave entrepreneurs free to experiment with the most innovative ideas, but at the same time to ensure market stability and preventing malicious actions. The EU has already launched various initiatives to assess the regulatory needs of DLTs. Shortly after the introduction of the first application of the technology, Bitcoin, in 2012, European Central Bank released a report about implications of virtual currencies for the monetary policy. But up until 2015, not a lot of importance was given to it. Once the acceptance and market capitalization of virtual currencies started growing, ECB started analyzing cryptocurrencies' potential threats to the monetary policy. But it should be highlighted that the EU's focus so far has mainly been attached to the financial regulation of cryptocurrencies and its potential impact on the monetary policy. Defining a legal framework for other applications of the technology and its potential to decentralize many markets across many fields have been kept on the margin. The European Digital Single Market Strategy was created in 2015 in order to ensure individual and businesses access to online activities. In the same year, European Court of Justice announced that any transaction and exchange of fiat currencies for the Bitcoin cryptocurrency and vice versa is exempted from value-added taxes. The problem is that many European countries actually have their own value-added tax regime, and cryptocurrencies are taxed differently in many different countries in European Union. Then a legislative proposal for the European Commission was presented to European Parliament Directive and Council amending directive in July 2016, obligating all custody wallet providers to go through due diligence process to prevent, detect, and report anti-money laundering and terrorism financing. In 2018, the proposal was approved and published by the European Union, and blockchain's high potential for public administration, businesses, and society was highlighted in the DSMS midterm review of 2017. A few months later, and though blockchain technology was mentioned as one of the key emerging trends in the Council's conclusion, but early 2018, European Supervisory Authorities for Securities, or ESMA, and European Banking Authority and European Insurance and Occupational Pensions Authority warned consumers about the high risks associated with cryptocurrencies. In the warning, it was also mentioned that virtual currencies are unregulated under EU law. And the consumers were warned on the risks of virtual currency. At the same month, the EU Blockchain Observatory and Forum was established to identify, map, and monitor initiatives related to blockchain technology. Almost 1 month later, the European Commission released an action plan on the opportunities that new technologies such as blockchain and artificial intelligence can bring to fintech and other economic sectors. It was followed by the European Blockchain Partnership and Blockchain in Europe report. European Blockchain Partnership was launched to develop a trusted, secure, and resilient European blockchain service infrastructure. It was signed by 26 member states and Norway included. And the International Association for Trusted Blockchain Application, or INATBA, was founded in March 2019 to establish a dialogue with global policymakers to foster a convergence of the legal frameworks applying to the distributed network economy. Since 2016, the EU has invested over 141 million in projects supporting the use of blockchain in technical and societal areas, and around 340 million are to be allocated by 2020. So we see that all those significant effort has been put to make the EU an attractive and safe place for the distributed ledger technology companies, but DLT companies are still faced with legal uncertainty and lack of legal guidance. Then why we actually focus on financial regulation? The first reason is that Bitcoin, as the first application, is actually related to fintech or finance, and most of other applications are either related to finance, or if even they are not related to finance. In most of the European countries, they have to go through financial regulations. Some challenges related to financial regulations in Europe are, for example, lack of a unified definition and classification, lack of unified taxation regime in passing through KYC, or know your customer, and anti-money laundering, which makes it difficult to open a bank account for most of the companies, DLT companies, or the companies that are actually working with cryptocurrencies. For this reason, there are actually some supporters to financial regulation, which actually say that inconsistency of policies and regulatory uncertainty can have negative implications on the adoption and diffusion of DLTs. And there are some opponents of financial regulation, which actually believe that the technology is still at its early stages, and governmental intervention can be detrimental to its progress. The aim of the paper that we investigated is actually to find out the impact of financial regulations on the development of DLT firms by answering this question of how does financial regulation, or in some cases lack of financial regulation, affect the development of distributed ledger technology or blockchain companies. The methodology that we used is actually semi-structured, open-ended interviews. We did these interviews with 20 small, medium DLT enterprises in April and May of 2019. We first interviewed 5 consultancy companies working in DLTs to get some background knowledge and construct the questionnaire, and also define the data saturation point. Then we interviewed 15 firms, including token issuers, trading platforms, and custodians, to know their opinion regarding the financial regulations and some of the perceived challenges, some perceived impacts on their firms, and also some of their suggestions to the European Union in order to solve the existing challenges and problems that they face. So these are the companies that, or a map of the companies that we interviewed. As you see, they're from different countries in Europe, such as France, Malta, Slovenia, Germany, Liechtenstein, Switzerland, and other countries. And the portfolio of actually people interviewed are really different, starting from consultancy firms, as I already mentioned, which was basically interviewed in order to build a background knowledge on the topic, to token issuers, custody services, and also token trading platforms. The results of this this research was actually, the first part was about the opinion of financial and opinion of managers and CEOs of these companies about the financial regulations. And most of the interviewees are actually positive about the financial regulations, or having a clear framework within which to operate legally. Regulations are expected to be good for companies, and it is believed that defining a legal framework for the tokens can give legal certainty and clarity on what is allowed and what is not allowed. Also, it is assumed that financial regulations can protect consumers, investors, and society from the scammers and give peace of mind to the users and company owners. Passing through financial regulations and having a license is associated with trustworthiness, higher quality, and credibility. It is also believed that a concise and clear regulation can reduce the risk that is associated with the tokens and increase the trust in the technology and tokens in the society. Most of the companies face some challenges going through financial regulations. It seems that while in some countries it is easier to get certificates, in others the process is complicated. As of December 2017, all virtual currency exchanges and custodian wallet providers in the EU have to go through the AML check or anti-money laundering check. The companies that have not issued token yet, some have gone through the regulatory financial company registration process, but some others are still in the process of getting a certificate from the authorities. Two challenges that are mentioned by almost all the interviews are lack of a unified EU financial regulation and regulation clarity. Moreover, even when the company wants to apply for a license, as there is no clear definition and classification of tokens, they face confusion on what kind of certificate they have to apply to, or what kind of regulations they have to comply with, and also the tax treatment. That's why before applying for a license, they almost always have to consult a legal firm, which in most cases is expensive as well. The process is considered to be time-consuming and slow, since authorities have to go through each case separately. A lot of co-founders or managers that we have interviewed have mentioned lack of guidelines as one of the main challenges that they are faced with. But again, it goes back to the two challenges mentioned above. And as far as the countries do not provide a clear definition and classification of tokens and clear financial regulations, they will not be able to provide clear guidelines. It is believed that existing financial regulations are old and not updated, thus the new technologies or the startup working with technologies as blockchain do not fit into existing laws. It is also believed that there is no need for new regulations. The governments need to just update the old jurisdictions. And another hassle that is believed to be going through is authorities that have limited knowledge and understanding of DLT. Another problem or challenge that DLT companies are faced with is that companies dealing with tokens come across as opening a bank account. Since they deal with cryptocurrencies in most countries, the banks are not allowed to open accounts for the entities that deal with cryptocurrencies. Some of the perceived impacts actually can be classified in two types. The first one, that are related to financial regulation and development of DLT firms, which is actually associated with the negative impacts on the existing regulations. And the second one is concerned with the negative impacts of unclear or uncertain regulations. So the first one, which is about existing financial regulation, most of interviews, they believe that it can have both negative and positive impact. The negative impact is that actually it's time consuming and costly, which can slow down companies' growth or prevent expansion. The positive impact is that it can be associated to higher quality services. It can give the company's competences, credibility, and also differentiation. The other problem, which is inconsistency of policies and regulatory uncertainty, by most of the interviews, it is believed to be a negative impact since it prevents them to structure business around super-ledger technologies, and it also put some of their plans on hold since they don't have a clear vision of what will happen in the future. And they also sometimes have to change their market strategy, which prevents them from expansion as well. Although it seems that the process is clear in some countries, not having a unified regulation in the EU makes the companies register in various countries in order to be able to operate in all, which in turn means higher costs for the firm and more capital expended in regulatory compliances. Putting it in other words, it is believed that having minimum, clear, concise, and simple regulations can create a supportive legal framework that could help companies to execute their plans, expand their market, and grow faster. Some solutions or EU policy recommendations can be seen in this figure. So the interviews actually believe that regulators, they should understand first the technology. They should also request help from experts and practitioners before deciding on some financial regulations or regulation and overall. So they have to educate not only themselves, but also the users and investors about the technology and potential risks, or even about how to use the technology in future. They have to also draw lessons from the existing jurisdictions. For example, in the case of Europe, they can draw some lessons from what's going on in Liechtenstein, Malta, in order to create or generate new regulations in the countries of their own. And they have to find the needs of the companies, give the opportunity for trial and test for the companies which are working in this area, and work closely with the startups. Since the startups, most of the time in such technology, startups are the one which are working or putting the bricks for the technology. Then if the government is actually connected with the startup, they can know what's going on in the area. And after knowing what's going on, once they are educated, they can define a minimum legal framework. I want to stress again here the minimum legal framework, since excessive regulation can prevent the innovation. And once they define a minimum legal framework, they should provide guidelines and support to the companies working in this area. And for the companies, it is believed that the companies which actually comply with regulation, the government should appreciate their effort of compliance, and also this way motivate other companies to go through the same process. So the conclusion of the paper is that it supports the Kitching et al.'s theory, which says that regulation can have dynamic influence, which means it can be both positive and negative to the development of the firms. And financial regulation can both enable and impede development, as the effect is ambiguous. It is also believed that minimum regulation is essential for business development, as one of the interviewers say, as little as possible, but as much as needed. Thanks for your attention. Please let me know if you have any questions in this regard.
Hello and welcome to this talk about blockchain building blocks. My name is Cedric Mössner and I'm one of the professors at Zigurat. And yeah, this talk will be about the building blocks of a blockchain. Now, first of all, I know you had a lot of talks about blockchain, but we will need to discuss some more things about blockchain by itself. So yeah, first of all, let's think about blockchain. Blockchain is not just blockchain, you know. There are so many cryptocurrencies nowadays. We have Bitcoin, we have Monero, we have Zcash, we have Ethereum, we have so many cryptocurrencies, and yeah, it's over 1,000 cryptocurrencies. But at the very core, those cryptocurrencies most of the time stay the same. So you have some building blocks in your blockchain technology that will make up your blockchain technology, and some things will get changed. You have some options where you can switch routes, and those are the decision points that you can take when creating your own blockchain technology. Okay, so the blocks, they will always be there, and this is just one building block. You have a blockchain, so you have blocks, but this is just one building block of the whole blockchain. And I will show you what you will have in your blockchain technology. But it is very vital that you understand that blockchain technology building blocks, so the building, not the blocks inside of the blockchain, but the building blocks, those are swappable. So you can change some features, you have options. It's not always the same, but the very core is staying the same. And you want to solve a problem, some kind of business goal, for example. You want to solve that problem, and that's where you can change some of these options and create the perfect solution for you. Okay, so let's have a look at the purpose of blockchain technology itself. Maybe blockchain technology is not what you need in your application, but maybe it is. So a blockchain technology is at the very core not a currency, not something that will always exchange something between the users, but it is a decentralized database. It just contains data that will be distributed to the users of this blockchain. Okay, so yeah, I know Bitcoin has been created in the context of banking, but now you can have virtually anything on your blockchain. And this is shown by Ethereum. Ethereum has smart contracts, for example. You can have on your Ethereum blockchain, there are even games like gambling games on the blockchain. So you can have transactions that will contact the blockchain and put something, so basically your address on the blockchain, and you will pay something for that. And in the end, it's something like a lottery. You can get money from it. You can have anything on that blockchain. On the very same blockchain, there is, for example, houses. Who is the owner of one house and who isn't? That's also one thing that can be on a blockchain. So it's not just banking, it's basically everything. It's just something that cannot be altered, and well, it can be altered, but yeah. It's just something that is inside of a database and that is distributed. If you have some web development experience, you know that databases are huge and you cannot have any modern application without a database. Okay, so let's have a look at this decentralism. Like I just told you, every user has a copy of your blockchain, so of the entire database. So if you have sensitive data inside of your database, every user will have full access to this database. And that's where we need to cover confidentiality, integrity, and availability, because users get direct access. It's like having a hacker always on your system. You have to think about that and have to cope with these. Well, basically every user can be a hacker on your system, but that's what blockchain is designed for. So you have these security points in mind, and this is just great because there cannot be some hacker getting on your system because you have no system where you have your database on. Okay, but there is one more thing you have to counter: double spending. Double spending is something like, I have 100 euros. In my case, it's euros. I don't know what your currency is, but yeah. and I want to buy something online. So I buy something with these 100 euros. But at the very same time, I buy something else for the same 100 euros. This is just not possible with regular money, but it is possible on blockchain technologies if you do not cope with that problem. So we need a building block for this problem too. So you see, there are challenges that will be solved by those building blocks on your blockchain. And that's what we will have a look at when we cover those building blocks. Now, of course, everyone wants to have fast transactions nowadays. So there is Bitcoin, which is not a fast network. It just has like a few transactions per minute, which is not enough to cover all transactions that will be there. If you have something like Visa, you have more than 20,000 operations per second. So Bitcoin just doesn't make that possible by design. But you can have something like that. It's just that your database will grow and grow and grow. So you have to cope with that too. And yeah, maybe it's not necessary for your application that you have your transactions in a millisecond, but maybe it's all right that it takes 1 hour or even more to have these transactions, but then they are there and your blockchain is very small and it's not a big deal. So this is also one thing to keep in mind. And of course, the blockchain size, like I just mentioned, is also one thing that you have to keep in mind for that. Okay, so let's think about the building blocks now. We want to solve those problems, and for this, we have building blocks. Those building blocks are, first of all, your data. You want to say something. You have a business case that needs to be solved with a blockchain technology. Okay, so you have your data. That's what will be inside of the blockchain technology. And the rest will be just around this blockchain technology to make it possible. You have your blocks in which the data resides. Okay, so these blocks need to have some cryptographic properties, and yeah, these properties, you can decide some of those, but most of them just need to be secure. So you have to have one secure hashing function, you have to have one secure signing algorithm, so you have digital signatures, and this is just cryptography. You don't need to think about that too much. You won't invent the wheel from anew. So yeah, but you can pick some of those parts and put them inside of your block. Then we have the blockchain itself. The blockchain, well, this is the thing that will connect all the blocks. Then you have your crypto part, which is what I just mentioned. Then you want to make it available for everyone in the network. So yeah, that's where networking comes in, because like I just said, you want to distribute that database around every single user. And this is why you need networking. And then the consensus method, which will counter double spending, and then some improvements that will make your blockchain a unique blockchain. So not just something like Bitcoin, which has been there like 1,000 times now, but something new maybe. Good. So let's have a look at the data in specific. Like I just said, data is what you will have in your business case and what you want to store inside of your distributed database. So originally, this has been transactions from user A to B. So in Bitcoin, it's just that user A, Alice, for example, wants to spend some money and wants to send this money to user B. So Bob, for example. And yeah, this is just a very simple use case. But it's a use case, and maybe you have your own use case. So this is one use case, but there are a lot of different use cases. And yeah, one of those is just to put code inside of your blockchain technology. Now, this code is most of the time called smart contract because it's a contract. Basically, it's code that can be executed by anyone, and it is on the blockchain, and it does something, so it has to be smart, you know. So today, everything has to be smart. Smartphones, smart contract, smart device, whatever. But yeah, it's just code on the blockchain. But like I said, the data is the unique thing that is for your use case. So nothing more. Good. The blocks. Well, like I said, those blocks will cover your data and wrap it, and then will be linked inside of the blockchain. But you do not need to have just one data point inside of your blockchain, inside of one block. So you can have 1,000 or even more data points inside of one block. So it's not like you need to have one block for each data point, because every block has a little bit of overhead and will bloat your blockchain. And yeah, of course, it determines the size of the blockchain. So if you have large blocks and a lot of them, then your blockchain will be large, just like 500 gigabytes per year. And this is, for the users, it's not great. But if you have a small block and you have a lot of them, but even more than before, then it will be even a bigger blockchain because you have even more blocks. So having small blocks is not always the solution, but it can be. If you have small blocks and not that many, then your blockchain will be small. Or if you have a lot of blocks, not that many blocks, sorry. If you have very few blocks, but large blocks, then it also will be not that big. So it might be just very easy to understand that. But it also determines how fast your transactions are fixed and on your blockchain. So in the Bitcoin network, for example, it's just one block per 10 minutes. And this leads to transactions just being safely executed after 1 hour. And this is not fast. For example, if you want to have a, credit card transaction, you will have that executed in a few seconds. And yeah, this might be one thing to keep in mind. Good. Next up is the blockchain itself. It links the blocks to cope with the integrity problem that I mentioned earlier in the problems field. So we want to have safe blocks that cannot be altered. So we have to cope with this integrity problem. We cannot have the users alter the data that is already inside of the blockchain. We can only have the users have new data, and that will be added to the blockchain, but not something will be altered. So the blockchain will just link block A or block 1 to block 2 to block 3 and so on and so forth. And when you change something in the very first block or in any block, every single block after this block will be altered too. This is done by the cryptographic hash function that basically sums up all your blockchain and will create a unique hash, and this hash will be included in the next block. So the blocks itself, they are independent, but they need the block before to be inside of them. And by that, changing the previous block will change the current block, will change the future block, and so on and so forth. And this is great because the network will then recognize that there has been data that has been altered, and it cannot accept that data has been altered, so it just denies that change in data. So yeah, this is just great for integrity. And yeah, this is also what will be distributed amongst the clients. So every single user will have the blockchain. Okay, now this cryptographic hash function that I mentioned, it has certain properties. And this is basically, if you have proof of work as consensus algorithm, it is very important which cryptographic hash function you will choose. But I will cover that later. And your choice also determines the security of your blockchain. So if you choose a hash function like MD5, this is considered insecure because there can be someone finding a collision inside of your hash function. And this means that the hash function will output the same thing, but with different input. And this will just destroy the integrity because you can then alter the block and have the same hash value, so the future blocks will not get changed. And this is basically what the blockchain needs to be secured. So you cannot choose cryptographically weak hash functions like MD5 or MD4 or just something safe. But there are a lot of safe options, so this is not a problem. Okay. Next up, consensus methods. Consensus methods, like I said, are against double spending. Double spending was that thing where you just spend the same $100 for two different things. And yeah, this is an interesting attack against blockchain technologies. I cover that in the lecture, but you need to cope with that a little bit more. So yeah, everyone could do such a double spending attack. So it's not something that just will occur once and then never again. Everyone can do this if you have no consensus method. And this is why consensus methods are so important. And for example, Bitcoin would not have mining if there would not be a consensus method. So the power consumption of Bitcoin, this very huge power consumption, which is sometimes even more than the total country of Austria consumes as power, this is just because of this small attack. So it's a huge thing, this double spending attack. And yeah, one solution is to have proof of work. So it's mining. You mine new blocks, and these blocks will then be added to the blockchain. And who is the fastest? Well, who does the fastest mining will most of the time determine who can produce new blocks. But it's a mechanism that is based on randomness. And this randomness comes by choosing cryptographic hash functions. And these cryptographic hash functions, in fact, do, if you choose one cryptographic hash function, it can be that you can execute this mining algorithm on your GPU, on your graphics card. And this is a lot of times faster than just your CPU or your just processor. And there are even more. So there is something like ASICs. They have the cryptographic hash function, so just the function on the hardware. And yeah, this means, for example, in Bitcoin, this is the case. There are just some people, for example, in China, they do have full storage facilities that are just full of those ASIC miners and will then consume so much power. But you actually don't need that for your proof of work algorithm. It's just, who is the fastest will get the most of the money of Bitcoin, of the network, because every time a miner finds a block, he will get rewarded with some Bitcoins. And this is why there are so many miners out there. But you don't need that to make your cryptographic or your consensus method secure. You just need maybe 10 people mining, and this is enough. So this is not necessary, but yeah. One other thing that you can have is proof of stake. Proof of stake means that you have some money. So some of your coins, maybe for example, some of your Bitcoins, I'll just use Bitcoin as an example here. Bitcoin does not use proof of stake. It's just an example. So you have some coins that will then be staked. You cannot touch those coins. You cannot spend those coins. You cannot receive more of those stake coins. But if you have some coins staking, you get a chance to forge the new block. And if you have a chance, this means everybody can have a chance who does have some coins. So again, this creation of a new block is distributed amongst every single client, and therefore no one has the full control of this block creation process. And yeah, this is why this is also a secure mechanism. Problem here is you need someone to distribute the coins in advance. So no one can have all the coins or almost all the coins, and therefore have the full control over the blockchain. This is the problem with proof of stake. Proof of identity is something that will most of the time, make you think if this cryptographic or this cryptocurrency even is a real cryptocurrency, because you need to prove your identity. So for example, I need to register on the blockchain that I am Cedric Mössner and I want to create new blocks. And then amongst everyone, there will be just everyone needs to have one account and not more. So you cannot just limit the registration. You need to prove every single person that registers on this blockchain technology, and this is maybe done by your phone number or by your ID. So you have to prove yourself to the network, and therefore you are not anonymous anymore. So many people don't like this proof of identity because of that reason. You are not anonymous anymore, and this is why it's not very common in the world of blockchain technologies. But maybe this is the proof of or the consensus method that you need. So maybe it's just internally in your business that you want to have just a blockchain technology amongst every single user, and every user needs to verify anyways. So then proof of identity might be your solution. And then there are a lot of different other proofs. So proof of capacity will use storage on your hard drive, a lot of storage on your hard drive. Proof of burn will just destroy other proof of work coins, and therefore you have done something for the cryptocurrency. So you get to choose sometimes when to create a new block, and so on and so forth. And this is basically the most researched field in blockchain technologies. What consensus methods we can use and what will be the best one. But I think it's most of the time determined by your use case, which consensus method will be the best for you. So yeah, this is where you can choose, and this is where you can have a large impact too. If you want to research some points, go ahead. This is great, and yeah, everyone needs that, I think. But yeah, and last of all, you can have some very unique problems that you want to solve. And for example, there are some coins like Monero and Zcash. They heavily want to anonymize their users. You might have heard that Bitcoin is not the most anonymous coin. So yeah, well, it's not anonymous at all. It's just pseudonymous. You have this Bitcoin address, and then you can link this maybe to your personal or to your life, to a name or to an organization. And this might not be in your interest. So you want to have more privacy. And this is where zero knowledge proofs, mixers, and Bloom filter come in. You may be in need of a very fast network. So maybe IOTA's Tangle, which is not a blockchain by itself, but just a construct that is similar to a blockchain, will come into question for you. And then there are other options like energy efficiency. So like I said, proof of work consumes a lot of energy. And for example, Bitcoin has the same power consumption as the total country of Austria. And then there are transaction fees. So someone has to pay something for just transmitting money from A to B. This is also one thing that might be of interest to you, to have no transaction fees. Depends on your network. And then there might be your capacity. So you do not want to have a user store 500 gigabytes, or maybe you want to have it on smartphones. Then it's not possible to store the full 500 gigabytes because smartphones do not have that much storage. So this is all something to keep in mind when designing your own blockchain and choosing your blockchain technology as well, if you want to use an existing one. So yeah, this covers the blockchain building blocks in this talk. And yeah, thank you for your attention. And you are now able to choose the best blockchain technology for your problem, I think, because you can now think about the blockchain building blocks. And yeah, this is what I wanted. So thank you for your attention, and see you next time. Bye. Hello and welcome to the second of my talks. This time it's about cybersecurity and where blockchain can improve cybersecurity. Now, this is an important part of blockchain technologies because blockchain technologies have been created for more cybersecurity, and this is the reason basically why blockchain exists in the first place. So yeah, my name again, for those who didn't see the last talk, is Cedric Mössner. I'm professor at Zigurat, and yeah, one of the professors, of course, there are others. And yeah, I focus on cybersecurity a lot. So cybersecurity and machine learning are my main fields. So this is why I am holding this talk and not any other. Okay, let's start right away. And with what cybersecurity is. Cybersecurity, or IT security, how many call it, consists of three main goals. So what you want to achieve, this is defining cybersecurity. And this is confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Those are also called the CIA triad. So yeah, it has nothing to do with CIA. As you can see, confidentiality means that no one can read data that is not made for him or her. So that means when I am talking to a website or when I'm sending data to a website, then only the website can see this data. So it is heavily defined by the use case, but it should always consider an attacker anywhere on the way to the destination. So it's not just me and the business running the website that have to be involved, but also my computer needs to be involved. So IT security needs to think about the computer, that this should not have any viruses on it or any Trojans that can spy on my keyboard inputs. Also, my keyboard needs to be secure in a way. And then the way on the cable. So basically from my computer to my internet service provider, Unity Media in my case, this way needs to be secure. So no one can access the cables and read the data on the cable. So this is why many cables are underground, okay? And then my ISP is or should not be able to read the data. Of course, they have a certain interest in that, but we as IT security people need to cover that too. If we are on the websites, well, we do not need to cover that basically, but we try to. And then, of course, the way from the web, from my internet service provider to the website. So on this cable path too, and afterwards, when it's something that is written on in any database, it needs to be saved too. So when it's inside of the database, it should not be possible for anyone to read this data except for those who should be able to read it. So for example, the website should read the data from the database and then do something with that data. And maybe very important people or support people that need to help me when I am contacting this website. They should be able to read the data too, but not a hacker that tries to get to the database. This should be prevented, of course. And yeah, this is confidentiality. So only those people who need to read the data should be able to read it. And this is very, very difficult because, like I just said, it's not just the website. It's not just that. It's also maybe the FBI or anyone else accessing the data. So they try to have a request to the website's owner that he needs to provide him with the data. This is also one thing that might be of interest. So it should not be possible to give away this data. Okay, and this is what messengers like Telegram and WhatsApp do. They encrypt the data so that it just lies on the server, but no one can read it except for those who send the data or the messages and the ones who receive the messages. Okay, so this is the thinking behind this. Good. So this is the very first aspect of IT security. It's very huge and it's not that simple. This is why IT security only has 3 goals, but so many knowledge behind those goals. Okay, next up is integrity. Integrity means that no one can alter the data except for those who should be able to alter the data. This again sounds very easy when it is actually not. We think, or we say, let's assume that we have confidentiality inside of our website or database. Then again, integrity is something totally different. Integrity means that also deleting the data, just the encrypted files, no one knows what's inside of those, so confidentiality is already achieved, but deleting is most of the time possible anyways. So this should not be possible. No one should be able to delete the data except for those people who need or who want to delete the data. So for example, it should be possible that the website owner can always delete his website, of course. And then, of course, the users should be able to delete their own data, but not the data of any other user. So yeah, this is basically integrity. It's also not just deleting, it's also just altering the data, but deleting is part of altering. But you should also not be able, if I now type something and send it to the website, it should not be possible that my internet service provider or anyone that has access to my Wi-Fi alters the data. So of course Wi-Fi is encrypted, but it shouldn't be possible that someone just switches a 1 to a 0 and without knowing what it does. But it shouldn't be possible that someone does that. And there are mechanisms to cope with that. There are checksums and so on and so forth to achieve this integrity. But yeah, we'll see where we have a problem with decentralized databases like blockchain is. Okay, and last of all, there is availability. Availability means that the website or any application cannot be shut down, or the access cannot be limited without the website owner to want that. So I, as a user, should not be able to just delete or just make the website not reachable. There are denial of service attacks. You might have heard of those, and those are very heavily focused on just availability. And yeah, this is most of the time the most difficult goal to reach of all of those, because you cannot just say, I want to encrypt something and then it's safe. No, you need to make sure that your website is not downable by someone having all the power of computation in the world. And this is very, very difficult. So those three goals might seem highly unreachable for normal applications, but you might think that a decentralized database for this type of application, it might just be a lot of times harder than it already is. Still, blockchain technologies are better for achieving those three goals of IT security than regular applications are. And we will see now why this is the case. So first of all, let's have a look at availability. You have a decentralized database, so every single user, so when I am calling the website, I am a user. Now, in a blockchain technology, I am a user too, but I also am part of the server. So if someone wants to reach your website and it is decentralized, it does not mean that this person needs to contact your website, but it means he can also contact me. And I, as a user, can also contact him because he also is part of the server. He has the full capabilities to serve me, basically, because he has the full knowledge of the database and the application is on his side as well. So I can just contact him, he can contact me, or we can even look in our own databases for that information. And this makes availability much better than just with one single point of failure like the website is. There is just one server on a regular application that if it goes down, the whole website is down. If one user is not reachable, this doesn't mean anything for a blockchain technology because I can just contact anyone else on the network and I have a list of all users on the network. So just call anyone else and I get my data. This is great, but there are also some problems. It might just be that users have a very, very slow computational power behind their user interface. So my computer is not bad, but I might also call a website from my smartphone device. And smartphones are strong, but they are not as strong as servers are. So it is a problem that needs to be addressed. Users are not as strong as servers are. And foremost, when all users leave the network, so just right now, no one wants to call your website. That might happen. Then all users shut down their application on their side. So what happens? If then one tries to call your website, well, it is down because there are no users, and the users are the database. So there is no database left. And when all users leave the network, not only is there no database left, but the database also gets deleted forever, and your application needs to restart from the scratch because there are no users left. So no one has access to the database, and there will be never again a network because there is no single user. So the network needs to restart with one user, and this user has nothing most of the time. So the solution for this is very simple. We have to have one single server that will be up all the time. So it's just one server, like your website server, that is up and running all the time, at least one, that is. And then all users might leave, and you have still one single point of failure. That is your official node. Of course, that node cannot crash. And if it's just one node, then make sure you host a second node so you don't have that single point of failure again. And with one single node, so the weakest point in blockchain applications is that you have only one single node up and running. And then you are as secure as your website is if it's not decentralized. So the worst case is the security of your website. And it can only get better with more users. And this is why blockchain technologies have way better availability than regular applications. Okay. So like I said, you have no single point of failure except for having no users. Then you have a single point of failure, but then there is no use in your application if you have no users. And of course, your servers are very, very cheaper, much cheaper than they are if you have a regular application. Because having a regular application needs a lot of computational power behind it. If you are just a, fallback solution, if your users leave your network, then this doesn't matter much. If you have a small, like a Raspberry Pi server or something like that. If you have users, that's fine. But what you need is a strong user base that is always there for you and will support your application, like in the Bitcoin network. Okay, next up is confidentiality. Confidentiality is oftentimes not addressed at all in blockchain applications because, or in many cryptocurrencies, I need to say, because it is not needed. So it is okay for most users in the Bitcoin network, for example, that anyone can read the whole database. This is fine for anyone because if you are having some transactions from user A to user B, then you are not there as Cedric Mössner just transferred, I don't know how much money to porn website XYZ. It's a Bitcoin address transferred money to a Bitcoin address. And no one, most of the time, no one knows what's behind those Bitcoin addresses. So no one knows that the first Bitcoin address is my Bitcoin address. So this is a lot better than having the clear names or company names written inside of your database. So this is one, it's similar to encrypting your database because there's just no confidential data inside of it. So it's fine for many users to read this database. However, like I said in my previous talk, it might be possible that someone publicly makes his Bitcoin address available. So, for example, if I collect some donations, then I need to give away my Bitcoin address, and it is linked to my name because I collect donations in my name and not anonymous. So my name can be linked to that Bitcoin address. And then, of course, everyone knows that this Bitcoin address just sent money to someone else. And if that someone else Bitcoin address also did that, then everyone can read inside of that blockchain technology whom I sent money to. And this is, of course, not good. But there are a lot of options to just protect your privacy. Like, for example, I offer one Bitcoin address for collecting donations, and then I send money to some other Bitcoin addresses, a total list of Bitcoin addresses, for example. And then from there on, they send money to one Bitcoin address, and this Bitcoin address then sends money to another Bitcoin address, and so on and so forth. So it's just obfuscated. It's not secure by that, but it's obfuscated. And this is done in the Bitcoin network. And there are even more and better technologies for preserving privacy. For example, Monero has zero knowledge proofs that no one knows who just sent the money and how much he sent, or she. So yeah, there are methods and ways to cope with that privacy issue. If you're not interested in having transactions for coins from person A to person B, then it's also just possible to store the data encrypted in your database. So just encrypt the data with a key, and only those people who need to access that data point get the key. But this then needs to be done with your networking, and there might be some tricky parts to that. But yeah, it is possible to just do that. And most of the time, there are basically any blockchain technology uses digital signatures. So via digital signatures, you can also have just public keys written on your blockchain technology. And with public keys written on your blockchain technology and your private keys just residing on your server, then anyone could just send you encrypted messages. So just encrypt the data and you have the problem, or you don't have that problem anymore. So this is fine too. Just very shortly on that encryption, because many people tend to think that having the encrypted data might also lead to me decrypting that data. It is cryptographically proven that those data points, if they are properly encrypted and the algorithms are implemented correctly, what most of the time is the case, then those data points cannot be decrypted by the world's fastest computer within 1,000 years. So I also did that calculation a while ago, and yeah, it is true. Most of the time you even need more than 10,000 years. So this is not the problem. Decrypting data, if it's encrypted, this is secure. If you do not share your private key, that is. Okay, and last of all, let's talk about integrity. Integrity is the third of the CIA triad, and yeah, this is basically the most important aspect, because anyone having your blockchain could alter data points inside of it. Everyone could just delete it. And this is very, very difficult because this needs to be addressed. Availability is not a big deal. Confidentiality was not a big deal, but integrity is the main point. So integrity is reached by just using cryptographic hash functions. Those convert one input X into something absolutely unpredictable. And this is just called h of x, because h is the hash function, and putting something inside of the hash function is just called h of x. And given this hash value, h of x, then you cannot recalculate what was put inside of that. So it's not just unpredictable, but also non-reversible. And this is very important to save integrity. Because now what we do is every single block I, for example, let's just say it's block 500. It will contain the hash value of the block before that, so block 499. Now, what will happen if you change something inside of that block 499? For example, you want to change that Alice did not send 1 Bitcoin to you, but she sent 500 Bitcoins to you. That would make sense for an attacker, of course. But with that, you change the hash value of block 499. And with the change of the hash value 499, you change the data point, which is in block 500, which is hash value of block 499. And by changing that, block 500 changes as well. And everyone who has a copy of that block 500 on his computer, and block 499, of course that is, will notice that the hash values do not match. And when they do not match, this change is just not accepted by the network. And then no one can change block 499 because anyone can know that this block just has been changed. So it is possible, of course, to change the data points on your computer, but the network will not accept these changes. And therefore, no one can change anything on the network. And what is important is basically what is on the network, because this is the truth that is accepted by everyone and defines how much money you have. So it's safe. That leads to some aspects of blockchain technology that no one might think of. So it is not possible to change blocks. That means the ones who created the transactions cannot change them. That means again that smart contracts, so code on the blockchain, cannot be changed. And this means that there are no patches for smart contracts. Smart contracts are just as is and they cannot be changed. Never. This needs to be in your mind if you develop smart contracts, of course, because you need to be aware of that fact. All of those points have certain advantages to regular applications. For example, your privacy statement, you don't need one. There's just everything that you send to the network is publicly available because you send it to any other user. Anyone can read every single thing you do. And this is not bad because, well, it's not confidential data. So it's basically fine and you don't need any privacy statement because there is no owner to this blockchain network. Everyone owns. But for most, your data does not rely on trust. Bitcoin or blockchain technologies are a trustless thing. There is no trust, but it's just always hard cryptography, which has been proven to do something. And if you know what this something is, then you know what is safe and what is not. And it's based on greed, which is just something natural. For example, when mining, the ones who offer the highest mining fee will get served the fastest. And this is just fair if you know that in advance. So yeah, basically what blockchain technologies are is something that cannot get hacked because there is nothing to hack. And this is great and an improvement to basically every single application there is. So thanks again for your attention and I hope you enjoyed it. Please leave me some feedback and yeah, we'll see you maybe in the lectures. Bye.
Hello, dear participants of the Global Blockchain Summit 2019 of Zigurat. My name is Daniel Diemers, and I'm very excited to actually participate in this broadcast, to participate in this blockchain summit. Funnily, I'm here actually recording this out of Barcelona, so I was traveling here for other meetings. But yeah, we are a online web kind of university teaching, so it is kind of funny to be in a city where the university is actually based, but then do the recording from a hotel. I'll quickly show you what we're going to talk about today in my 30-minute session. So some of you will remember me. I was teaching the module Cryptocurrencies, Token Economy, and ICOs, M4 module as part of the blockchain teaching. And I had really a lot of fun. It was very insightful working with some of you, and I really enjoyed it. Also, thank you very much for your feedback. This is really valuable to me to get your feedback about how I did as a teacher, and I'm going to incorporate this going forward, but I'm very happy about that. Thanks a lot. So today, I'd like to give you an update. I'd like to actually touch upon four things. Number one, just give you a very broad overview, what in my view is the current state of the nation in terms of blockchain adoption progress, what we've seen in the market about practical applications. Second, I think very exciting updates on Libra, which is you could say, game-changing move in the blockchain space. Thirdly, I'm going to give you the latest and greatest update on token offerings STO from our recent global report that was not available at the time when I gave my initial briefing. And fourthly, I'm going to do a short but important strategic outlook, how I see the industry. So brace yourselves, and I'm starting with point one. Just for context, so this is a similar storyline I've actually had the pleasure to present very recently in Zurich at the Exponential Finance Summit. This is a summit organized by another university called the Singularity University. Some of you may know them. They are more physical, but they have also recently started with online teachings. I see a lot of similarities, but also complementing features with Zigurat. So I had the pleasure to present there. How I see the state of the nation, of the blockchain nation as of today, I would describe it as follows. When this all started 9 years ago, right, it's very similar to kind of the Star Wars story theme. It's like Jedi's in hiding on a planet far, far away. They have kind of built something to take on the fight with the Empire. And this is, very much how blockchain all started. It is one of the few, if you think about it, one of the few exponential technologies that have not been created by large governments, large corporations, large tech companies, big tech. But this is something that is kind of community bred, you could say, something that came rather bottom up from a grassroots community. So very similar to the Jedi's. And of course, the reasons why they did this, that plan is actually right here, right? Is because they observed and were not happy with the financial system as it stood at the time of introduction. So if you read Satoshi Nakamoto's Bitcoin peer-to-peer electronic cash system white paper, it talks a lot about creating a secondary layer of financial services. And obviously all these ugly pictures of bank runs, people on the street that actually have to fight to get their money or their fair share of financial services. This is what really kicked off the Jedi's, to create a alternative financial system. I was recently in Athens, Greece, for the Decentralized 2019 conference, very large blockchain conference. There's an academic track, a technology track, a business track, and very sad, to deep dive a bit into their own experience with the financial crisis, with the economic crisis that Greece had. I think it's the middle picture here. People had to line up for hours, if not days, at ATMs and bank branches. And there was a cap of withdrawing money of 300 euros per week. So this was their money. It wasn't government money. and they could only withdraw 300 euros a week. So obviously everyone was in panic mode and was queuing on as many ATMs as possible just to basically get his or her own money. These is all the things that kind of got the Jedis going. But if you then think of how the initial blockchain cryptocurrency kind of development was, it was a pretty bad roller coaster ride. Mt. Gox, there was the Silk Road incident, of course, a lot of hackers around the world that are doing ransomware hacking and want to get paid for their hard work. They use Bitcoin as a currency. So for years, this has been a bit in a rather shady, part or area of the park, and not very surprisingly, I mean, the Jedis have been cooking up this, but the empire, I mean, is striking back. I think this sums up very nicely where we are today in the industry. For the last 24 months, we have seen all around the world, the empire, in that sense, the established financial system, is fighting back against the Jedis, is taking on the fight with, whatever disruption blockchain and cryptocurrencies are bringing. And it's very interesting to basically follow that if you're interested in regulation. Their weapon of choice is, of course, regulators and regulation all around the world. And we've seen so many different layers of regulation, differences in regulation. The very recent FATF issuance or guidance is now being implemented around the world as we watch. And of course, it's a big game changer for that thing that the Jedis have kicked off. But in my assessment, in my strategic assessment, this is not necessarily a bad thing, right? Because it's also very important that in order to scale up that technology and all the benefits of it, there needs to be probably that, hopefully constructive battle between kind of those who created this and try to challenge the established financial system and those that actually, are part of it and may want to benefit from blockchain, bitcoins, cryptocurrencies, tokenization, and so on and so forth. So we'll go into that in just a bit. And in my view, and I think this is gonna be interesting for you because finally we're gonna reveal the true identity of Satoshi Nakamoto. And given this is a blockchain summit, probably everyone listening in and following this is going to be excited about finally finding out who Satoshi Nakamoto really is. So on my next slide, I'm going to reveal his identity. Yeah, it's him. I'm sure many of you suspected it, right? So Mark Zuckerberg is Satoshi Nakamoto. Why do I think that? I mean, it's quite obvious. You read the white paper of Satoshi Nakamoto and you look what the Libra white paper is saying, and there's so many similarities, right? We're going to do a global peer-to-peer payment system. We're going to reach out to the unbanked and give them a means of payment, which they don't need to rely on the established financial services world. We're going to create ecosystems, etc. So the parallels are very hard. Of course, I'm probably quite alone in my opinion that Mark is actually Satoshi, but think about it, right? I mean, what is interesting about this thought is that so far in the last 10 years, that technology that the Jedis have basically kicked off hasn't really scaled up. If this is an exponential technology, we are still on the very, very early beginning of the S-curve. It's still pretty flat because in the last 8-9 years, we've scaled this up to probably some 30 million users around the world. This is what experts estimate how many people are actively using cryptocurrency today as hodlers, as day traders, just using it, right? And 30 million on a planet of 8 billion is not a lot. You cannot really tell here. It's a huge scaled technology yet. However, with Mr. Zuckerberg coming in and making his case also to the U.S. Parliament, it's a whole different ballgame, right? Because with the platforms that the company he owns or created represents, the Instagram, the WhatsApp, the Facebook applications and users, suddenly that technology, that idea can reach not just 30 million, not just 300 million, but billions, 2.5, 2.8, you probably nobody really knows how many users there are. And this is, I think, very exciting. So to close this first section, there is a battle going on. We're in the middle of it, and I think it's an exciting time for experts like us to really look into what is happening on both sides, at the Jedi camp, at the Empire camp, and then people like Mark Zuckerberg entering the fray with completely new solutions that could have been presented already 2 years ago, but for some reasons it has been presented now. I think that's a super exciting time. So I'm going to take the opportunity to just drop a few ideas and thoughts about, Libra, Calibra, Abracadabra. It's of course it's exciting, right? Everyone loves it. There's a lot of buzz around it, and of course there's many, or even the majority, say, well, this thing will never kick off, right? And I think this is to be seen. But if we look at the potential that this idea has, and this is not just about Mark Zuckerberg and Facebook and Libra, but obviously, if they don't kick this off, someone else will, because the idea per se to launch a ecosystem-focused cryptocurrency that is used in a really billion-sized ecosystem with many users around the world is quite compelling. So it's basically the key business model, the strategic scope of Libra, and don't get fooled by what journalists are writing, right? It's not just payment solution and unbanked. It goes far further. First of all, I think what Libra is an integration of very different ecosystems. I'll jump one slide ahead to just show you, this was the initial Libra Association membership, and I had to put a few asterisks on those companies that have pulled out by now. Probably some more have done that since I painted that slide a few weeks ago, but it doesn't matter. I mean, fundamentally, what is interesting here is that it's going to cut across different ecosystems, payment ecosystems, e-commerce ecosystems, companies like Lyft, Uber, Spotify that make music, e-commerce companies, venture capital is on board, telecom is on board. Think about it. They own, so to say, the last mile. They own the access to your smartphones, and they manage the networks on that. Then there's the established crypto ecosystem here, and even non-profit companies. So I think that is a real interesting use case for blockchain, for some form of cryptocurrencies, to launch this as an ecosystem. You can call it enabler. You could also call it, it's kind of a glue that glues these ecosystems together. So it becomes an aggregator or integrator of ecosystems. Second, of course, yes, it's payments. Yes, it's remittances. We don't really have to dive into that, where you are all experts already on this. Tick. And thirdly, and this we have seen in China, when you look at Alipay, when you look at WeChat, having a strong platform with, an integrated communication system to a large ecosystem, you are becoming an enabler of actual financial services infrastructure. If you just think for a second, this Libra thing is really kicking off and creating, a user base of 1 billion more people using Libra in that closed ecosystem. If I were a bank, I'd be stupid not to try to offer financial services within that closed ecosystem. So we've seen this with WeChat, we've seen this with Ant Financial. It is a platform, is always a great place to build financial services on, and companies like N26 who are doing platform banking, they live and thrive from actually third-party offerings coming and launching themselves on their platform. So this is the third aspect that is not being talked about a lot by journalists of what this Libra ecosystem can do. Okay, we talked about the initial ones, the ones that pulled out, doesn't matter. I think it's interesting to see where this will all head to. We're currently in a phase of the backlash. There was a preparation phase, so of course, Facebook didn't launch that just like that. They prepared for this. There were initial small projects, Global Coin, Facebook Coin. All these partner negotiations have surely taken a lot of time. We are right now in a backlash phase with all these concerns. The Senate hearing, which I found was quite insightful to watch. If you have time, you should maybe not see the full 6 hours, but I'm sure you can find on YouTube some cut up, best of these 6 hours. And I think it's going to be interesting for the future We really don't know. Nobody knows whether that's going to go live, when it's going to go live. But I'm very confident that, with a company of that size and that large ecosystem behind it, and the use case is so striking, it will happen. And if it's not Facebook, others will do that. Amazon, Alipay, WeChat. There's a lot of potential, let's say, big techs that could embrace such an idea and create a kind of, cryptocurrency within an ecosystem. Let's switch gears and look at token offerings, also a topic I want to talk about today in my slot, because it's interesting. When we spoke last time as part of Module 4, we didn't have the latest data, and I think we only were able to look at the past year. So we have released our new report this summer in August. And the new report about the global ICO STO developments will be available for free for every one of you as of January next year. We're launching that at the WEF in Davos, Switzerland. So tune in, download the report. I'm going to show you the summary, the synopsis of what we presented this summer. On the ICO STO front, 2018 was the peak year with a total of $20 billion being raised through this crowdfunding mechanism. We already had a couple of STOs. That was expected, but it's still not at that large scale that everyone is expecting. Also very interesting, we had IEOs, initial exchange offerings. You have probably been following that. This is the idea of, instead of launching a utility token or a cryptocurrency through a smart contract on the blockchain, you just do the initial launch at a very large, well-known exchange. I mean, it's kind of close to the initial idea of an IPO. And this is what we have been seeing. It's a new phenomenon. It's been going on. And of course, together with the STO mechanism, that will be an attractive offering to probably launch an STO on a large exchange or multiple large exchanges. So what we're seeing now around the world is, again, the regulatory environment being ramping up. Obviously, the moment you're talking STO, the moment you're talking security, all the security laws are going live and have to be applied. And this is an exciting time. The US, Switzerland, I was recently invited in Berlin to Germany to discuss where they are at. And for example, Germany is also about to change their securities law in order to enable STO. So there's a lot going on, but my favorite topic is the infrastructure level up, and I'm going to have my final slide on this also in the outlook. This needs to happen as fast as possible. The numbers, you don't really need to make any notes. You can download this for free on the web. I think it's exciting to see that after quite a peak year in 2018, the ICO activity has kind of leveled at probably around $500 million a month. So we still see projects coming through the pipeline. They are, I would say, more mature. The time where, 3 students with a white paper can raise 50, 60 millions and then probably go to Ibiza or just party here in Barcelona. Those days probably are gone, but I'm not saying it's entirely impossible, as we've recently seen also with OneCoin and other examples. But obviously, this is all getting in a more mature phase. I've recently talked to a journalist in Switzerland. I called this, this technology is getting into the adult phase. We're coming out of the probably very young infancy. It's becoming more mature, and obviously things are leveling down. So you can expect ICOs to continue, obviously, but of course STOs are gonna become, the main matter. This is the top 15. One of the things we publish also in the report. Not that much has happened. So from the last issuance, which was end of last year and this summer, only 2 new entrants in the top 15. Bitfinex, of course, you all know, I don't have to introduce, and GCBIB, which is actually an interesting multi-asset digital wallet that was launched in the Emirates, the UAE. Very interesting case. So these were the only 2 new entrants, right? In the future, and that's just, again, an outlook, I think the news is that the tech funding arena is now pretty crowded. if you're a startup today, or even an SME, and you want to raise money, I mean, you have multiple open avenues, right? You can use the ICO mechanism, you can try an IEO, you can choose a jurisdiction that is open to security token offerings and launch an STO. There's other ideas like the decentralized autonomous initial coin offering from Vitalik Buterin's idea. And all these different mechanisms, they obviously have differences in terms of investor participation, capital formation process, regulation, and so on and so forth, but also investor rights, which is very important. The vetting, the due diligence is different. So this is the arena is still open, and it's not clear which one of these is actually going to make the race. My personal bet is probably going to be on the STO. So once the regulatory path is cleared, we're going to see a lot of these issuances. We already see them today, but this is going to increase dramatically. So to conclude, and this is my final section here, the strategic outlook, right? So where are we heading in the industry? I think it's fair to say, if you're looking for applications of it in industries, and I'm using this model quite frequently in banking, in financial services. I call it the crypto triad. It's probably not giving, it's not accurate because it's not just about crypto, obviously. But yeah, I just call it that way because it's probably easier to grasp. So the effect, the impact, the strategic impact of blockchain technology on banking, and you can look at this similar in other industries, is basically threefold. Number one, you have blockchain as a efficiency technology. So decentralized ledgers, back office optimization, clearing settlements, benefits that you can have in the future. We're going to see EID solutions, of course, with smart contracts and so on and so forth. So we already know that, the efficiency gains can be really massive. We're not talking 10, 20% shaving of costs. We're talking 10x type disruptive efficiency gains through blockchain where it makes sense, right? So this is a very, of course, interesting angle and one that probably excites more the CFOs, the IT departments, people that basically want to cut costs and replace legacy IT systems, which is a huge topic in all industries, not just in banking, but obviously we need to really buckle up and improve the IT stack of most of our banking system and financial services. This is the empire side, and this is also why probably the Jedis have launched this blockchain technology. The second and probably more and even bigger phenomenon here and strategic potential is the tokenization. Once it's going to be possible to issue STOs on a large scale, there's millions of opportunities, from all real and virtual assets, future rights. Basically, the floor is open for a lot of new innovative businesses, opportunities, ideas, intangible rights, and it's all efficiently transferred. You can use illiquid assets suddenly for collateralization. That is very interesting, for example, in wealth management or an investment banking. But there's another aspect that I think is even more important, which is fractional ownership. I mean, think of the use case that you are in a third world country, in a classic slum area, you're really not well off, and this is a person that really fights for a living, and he or she may have saved somehow in local currency 300-400 euros, and that person today, in terms of access to the financial system, very, very limited. The cases that I know, in most countries around the world, they will not even get a banking account at a local bank, obviously, right? Because they just don't have a proper address and they're seen as really poor. In the near future, and in some countries this is already in rollout, we see very promising examples in Africa, for example. You can have your smartphone and you can do banking on it. Maybe it's kind of credit for phones, etc. But there is a emerging banking happening on smartphones. And now think tokenization and link it into with fractional ownership. You could live in such a really not well-off area, have maybe $300 to save. Yes, you can try to bring it to a bank and open a savings account, but you could now also actually acquire security tokens, maybe real estate back, and suddenly you could become a property owner, of course, on the fractional side of wonderful real estate here in Barcelona, maybe a nice chalet in Switzerland, and maybe also a part of a building in France. And thanks to fractional ownership, you'll be investing factually 300 euros, but you'll be sitting on a nice portfolio of real estate assets, commercial, non-commercial. This is an opportunity that today the current financial system is not offering to these people. So I think this fractional ownership blended with tokenization, blended with neo-banking, smartphone banking platforms, that's going to be exciting. And of course, thirdly, crypto finance. I don't really have to make a strong case for that at this point in time, because yes, cryptocurrencies are exciting, but there's also central banking issued cryptocurrencies, as we just recently seen with the example of China that want to go all in on this. We discussed Libra. There's going to be ICOs, STOs, IEOs. We're going to see more and more investment products, still waiting for the ETF. But there's already quite a wide range of that new discipline that I like to call crypto finance. So with these three elements, I think this is, in a strategic manner, really the interesting outlook for the entire industry, and that should actually get us all very excited. I just have to show that slide because I'm very passionate about it. I keep showing it for the last 2-3 years in all different formats and in different sessions and on different conferences. If we want to have STOs become mainstream, if we want to have tokenization, if we want to become kind of all these new innovations more spread and going beyond the 30 million kind of people that are using today crypto finance, we really need to level up the infrastructure. And those of you who were in my course know we've been talking about that for a while. It's about market data, it's about ratings, research. Also, advisory is missing. There's no real professional advisory on crypto finance and tokenization available. There are a couple of companies that are starting this now, but we still need to see this scale up massively. So the advisory side is really something we need to look forward to. And there's other wide gaps. And a wide gap, of course, is not good news, but at the same time, this is also an opportunity. So if you're a startup, if you're an entrepreneur, you want to launch something in that space, I would say don't go for the dark maroon spot, the dark red spots. This is, don't build yet another crypto wallet. Don't build another maybe trading venue or another trading or software for cryptos or an algo. Go for the white spots. This is what the industry really needs. And my outlook is that we're going to end up in a pluralism of different forms of currencies and digital tokens. Let me talk you through that very quickly, and that's going to basically be my conclusion. We'll still have central bank issued fiat currencies. They won't go away. Some countries will still do that. Some of that will be cashless. Yes, there will be some e-money, non-blockchain still floating around, being used. There will be use cases for that. We will have central bank issued cryptocurrency, digital currencies, with some high appeal, in some use cases. Also, the classic cryptocurrencies will not go away. They will have their use case. We will see closed platform, ecosystem-focused cryptocurrencies. That will be the Libra example, but I'm sure we'll see other Libras coming up in the near future. And then we have all these tokens. And if you think of tokens and the fact that you can actually fractionalize them down to very small tokens or fractions of tokens, these are in a sense then also cryptocurrency. You can pay with it because they're asset backed and they have an actual intrinsic value. So we will see a lot more also happening on the token side beyond the tokenization. There will be full privacy coins. There's a couple of projects going on in that space. Of course, kind of in collision course with the empire, but this is something that will also be pulled through. And then, we don't know. Maybe there's going to be someone here listening to this summit cast will invent something even more innovative, something even new. The space is still open. So that's it, folks. Thanks a lot for watching, and I hope this was interesting for you. I wish you another good continuation of that summit. It was a pleasure and honor for me to be part of this, and of course, may the force be with you. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I am Serguei Popov from University of Campinas, Brazil, and also from IOTA Foundation. I'm going to speak about IOTA. It's a fiat cryptocurrency, but it's kind of the feature of IOTA, and I will speak about the very basics of the IOTA protocol. So let me introduce myself. I'm a research mathematician working on stochastic processes and probability theory in general. And some years ago, I started my interest in cryptocurrencies, first with Bitcoin, as everybody. Then there was an interesting project called NXT. And well, I started to read about it. It was a very interesting concept at that time. It was pure proof of stake cryptocurrency. At some moment, I made some calculations, some Poisson process calculations, let's say, so about the blockchain of NXT, and posted these calculations on the forum. People liked it and said, wow, that's great. Don't understand anything, but looks great indeed. And I kind of became the mathematician of NXT in a way. And sometime after, the founder of NXT, who is also called Sergei, started another project called now IOTA, together with David Zonstebe and Dominic Schiner. And they invited me kind of to be a mathematician of IOTA, the guy who writes white papers and such stuff. So yeah, that's what I did. Okay, that was the basic presentation of who I am. So this is the short outline of the talk. Let me just go there. Well, so everybody, of course, knows about the seminal contribution of Satoshi Nakamoto, whoever it might be. It's by now almost 11 years old, and it's really the genial idea, I think. It solves the problem of decentralized consensus in a very ingenious way. And well, I will not speak about all the great things that Bitcoin represents, but just to go a little bit faster, let me mention some problems of Bitcoin and blockchains in general. So one of these problems are transaction fees that simple users have to pay to miners. Also, it's difficult to scale blockchains. It's difficult for you to imagine that you have just one blockchain on a global scale where everything from all around the world just goes into blocks, and yeah, it's difficult to imagine something like this. There are also other problems with the basic proof of work approach of Satoshi Nakamoto. One of them is that it's highly parallelizable, so that you can build specialized hardware, ASICs and such, which would outperform conventional computers by a factor of millions and more. So essentially, you need to invest a lot into specialized stuff to be able to mine Bitcoin. And also, well, everybody knows that by now the Bitcoin network consumes really a lot of energy. So it's not so green, I would say. And well, of course, there are alternatives to proof of work, like proof of stake and proof of something else. So, but all these alternatives also have problems. So yeah, that motivated us to try to create something different, which is IOTA Tango. So IOTA is the name of the system, and Tangle is the name of the ledger. Tangle is this directed acyclic graph where we store the transactions. Yeah, so it was started in 2015, and the initial idea was to make cryptocurrency for Internet of Things. Well, you can imagine that in the Internet of Things, there would be a lot of small value transactions, or even transactions without any monetary value attached on the data. Yeah, so it is desirable, highly desirable, to design a system in such a way that there are no transaction fees. Now, if you want a system without transaction fees, this necessarily means that you cannot have miners there. There cannot be this dichotomy, miners versus simple users. Why? Because, well, miners are some people, some entities who invested some resources into having, I don't know, ASICs for proof of work, or stake for proof of stake, or whatever for proof of whatever. But if you invested some resources into having something, you would want to make profit of it afterwards. So there would be fees. This means that we kind of naturally converge to a collaborative system governed by this principle: help the others and the others will help you. Like, I validate your transactions, you validate my transactions. Everybody's happy. Now, the problem with such systems is the existence of the so-called free riders. These are people or entities who want just to use the system, but do not want a lot to collaborate with it. And well, BitTorrent is a great example. Everybody wants to download something, but nobody wants to leave the client open to seed the stuff. So yeah, everybody wants to use, but not everybody wants to help the others. Well, so the principle needs to be amended. It will be help the others and the others will help you. However, if you don't help the others won't help you. Yeah. Now, if you have no miners, You also don't have blocks, because how would you agree on who will form these blocks? If you don't have blocks and you have this principle that you must help the others, you kind of arrive very naturally to directed acyclic graphs, DAG. What is DAG? DAG is this. Let me show you here. So you see, you have these very, very small squares, which represent basically transactions. And each transaction have two arrows, which represent approvals. So on this picture, the time goes from left to right, and every vertex approves to previous vertices. Every transaction approves to previous transactions. So you have something which is called a directed graph, and it is acyclic because, well, basically because you cannot go back in time. Yeah, it's not possible to have a cycle in this graph, because basically what comes later approves what came earlier. Okay. Now we kind of only have really one rule. Anybody can put a transaction into the ledger, and this only rule is you have to approve to other transactions. And you see that it implies a great degree of freedom in the system. It's not enforced that you should approve tips, for example. Tips are these gray squares that don't have yet any approvals. Of course, it would be desirable to always approve tips, and in fact, this is how the reference software works. But even if you try to approve tips, you cannot be sure that someone else didn't approve the same transactions, the same tips, maybe a fraction of a second before you. So yeah, it's not reasonable to enforce any hard rules here. So yeah, they have to propose a good set of rules in such a way that principle help the others, and the others will help you. However, if you don't help the others will not help you, would work. It's like, for example, if you don't want to verify others' transactions, you could just approve the genesis, the very first transaction in the system, or maybe approve something really, really old. And this behavior would be kind of similar to someone who downloads stuff in BitTorrent and then closes the client. And well, we need to design the rule to propose the rules of the system in such a way that if you do this, the others will not collaborate with you. So this is something that we call lazy tips in IOTA. So if you do lazy tipping, probably, well, you are free to do it, but others will not approve your transaction, and it will remain pending. Yeah, so this is our ledger. This picture here is what we call the tangle. We joke sometimes that IOTA is a blockchain only without blocks and without chain. Yeah. Now I have to say a couple of words about IOTA Foundation. It's a non-profit foundation registered in Berlin, Germany. It was not easy to do it, to register something there. It's quite rigid, strict. It has more than 100 employees in many countries. The goal of this foundation is to research, develop, and grow market adoption of the IOTA Tangle. It was funded through donations from IOTA token holders, and well, now we are also looking for alternative funding options. Yeah, so that's it about the IOTA Foundation. Okay, let us now look a little bit deeper into how the consensus in IOTA Tangle is achieved. So currently, it's achieved through the so-called coordinator, which issues special transactions from time to time. So these transactions are these black boxes on this picture. And the consensus rule is really very simple. Everything which is approved directly or indirectly by one of these transactions called milestones is considered valid. So yeah, if a transaction is in the so-called past cone of a milestone, then it's confirmed. So well, this is not really decentralized. I mean, the system is still decentralized in the sense that everybody can issue transactions and nobody can take your money if you don't agree with it. But the finality depends on this coordinator. The biggest and the most important project in the IOTA Foundation right now is called the Coordicide. The Coordicide is basically killing the coordinator so that IOTA will be completely decentralized, scalable, and great. Well, the general idea is that we, of course, are looking for a probabilistic consensus. That is, we want that that all honest participants of the network agree on which transactions are valid and which transactions are not valid with very high probability. And I have to say that you should not be afraid of this concept, probabilistic consensus, because sometimes probabilities become so close to one that the adverse event would kind of never happen. What I mean is that if something happens with positive probability, this does not yet mean that it will ever happen in practice. Right. So a good illustration for this is the well-known so-called infinite monkey theorem, like you put a monkey to a typewriter, a monkey would start hitting the keys randomly, and then it's possible to argue that eventually the monkey will type Shakespeare plays or British Encyclopedia. Now, this is kind of a misleading concept because theoretically, yes, eventually it will happen, but in practice, the time that you will have to wait is much larger than the lifetime of the universe. And even if you want the poor monkey to type something like cryptocurrencies are very interesting, even this will not happen before the universe ends. So yeah, that's the basic idea that sometimes probabilities are so small or so close to one that they are essentially indistinguishable from 0 and 1 in practice. And yeah, the theoretical basis for this is what I call exponential bits polynomial magic, but maybe let me not enter into details right now. Another general idea for the core decide is that we use approximate consensus on something in order to achieve total consensus on what really matters, which is validity of transactions. For example, there is something on which an approximate consensus is already here. This is something is called time. Okay? Of course, the consensus on time is not absolute because your clock and my clock may be a bit off, or my clock may be not working, but you can at least be sure that a large part of the participants have more or less the same idea of what time is it now. And yeah, this can be used in some probabilistic way. You can leverage on this to achieve consensus on validity of transactions with high probability. So there are also some other things on which we don't need total consensus. For example, we need at some point a decentralized random number generator, but we don't need it to be of very high quality. And yeah, again, you use approximate consensus on what the random numbers are to achieve total consensus on validity of transactions. And this consensus as an attracting state means that means exactly that if you go a little bit away from approximate consensuses on secondary things, this likely will not affect the total consensus on what is really important. Okay, so now let me speak briefly about the concrete details of the core decide. There will be a voting layer, so nodes can talk to each other to resolve conflicts proactively. So there is a link to this paper of myself and Bill Buchanan on how this can be done. We also have a system for Sybil protection, which is called MANA. It's similar to proof of stake in some way, but also a bit different. Basically, you can earn mana also by providing a useful public node so that people would send transactions through your node and you will receive this mana from them. So there is also this auto-peering part. You need to create a small world network with kind of long-range connections, and, which protects well against Eclipse attacks. Another idea is this node accountability, that you can identify which node issued which transactions, and well, you can even punish the nodes if they, for example, issue conflicts deliberately, do other bad stuff. And yeah, these are the places where you can learn more about the Cordicide. It's this site, Cordicide IOTA.org. There is also Tangle Math channel on Discord. And also now there is a public research forum, which we opened a couple of days ago, and that's why I forgot to include it in this presentation, but you can type IOTA.cafe and you will see it. So now it's open. You can contribute to research and ask questions there. And yeah, the last line is the test implementation, which is not far from being ready. We call it Go Shimmer. It is supposed to be a kind of AlphaNet where we could test all these components, how they work together, how quickly and how reliably consensus is achieved, and so on and so forth. So thank you for your attention. I invite you once again to look at these sites and to contribute to IOTA research. And yeah, thank you very much.
Hello everyone, and today I'm going to show you how we actually could use IOTA and change the IoT sphere in general. And brief information about me. My name is Dmitry Broshkov, and I'm a co-founder of ZenBitTech, which is focused on startup projects and mostly on healthcare industry. And right now, our team is working on our own product in healthcare, and we use a private tangle from IOTA for this specific product. So that's why I'm really interested and passionate of using the IOTA and wants to share with you my knowledge regarding to the technical and practice aspects of using it. So, but before that, let's discuss just a brief overview of the market and what does it mean actually a blockless blockchain. And first of all, this is a distribution ledger technologies with directed acyclic graph implementation. So this is a math theory, and I guess Serguei Popov already show you the main concept of IOTA and what does it mean, directed acyclic graph. And right now I just want to explain you and show some existing products, successfully product which already exist on the market. And first of all, it's a Byteball or Byte. This product provides us, it's a cryptocurrency based on directed acyclic graph as well, and provide us also the possibility of microtransaction, chatbots, and even connect to your IoT devices using their software. So it's not only a cryptocurrency, you have to understand it, and it's a bit wide. The next also interesting projects, it's Header hash graph. And Header hash graph provide us that kind of smart contracts. It's almost the same as an Ethereum ecosystem, but it's with directed acyclic graph implementation. So that's why we've got all these benefits regarding to the zero-based fee and so on. And also there are a bunch of other cryptocurrencies that provide just transactions and wallets, just common functions, common programs, and that's it. It's Nano, dark coins, and etc. And you have to understand that nowadays this technology becomes much more popular, and even already successfully existing product which was based on the Ethereum ecosystem moved to the directed acyclic graph implementation as well because of bunch of benefits. And of course IOTA. And IOTA provide us with much more powerful tool for DLT technologies, and it makes IOTA stand out of the crowd. And using the IOTA, we can create a really comprehensive solution in IoT field. So let's take a look at the tool which provide for us IOTA. So first of all, it's a Cubic. Cubic, it's a kind of the same as a smart contract, but it's not only a smart contract as like a general concept of it. It's provide us outsource computation from the IoT devices. And in that case, it became really interesting because you have to understand that not all devices, IoT devices, have enough power to make the really comprehensive computation. And it was a kind of disadvantages before, but right now, since IOTA provide for us this kind of tool, we can create a really flexible IoT product, and at the same time we can reduce the cost because we don't need to invest so much a budget to for the IoT devices which can handle this and comprehensive computation. We can just outsource it and get the result and rely on this result, do something. Another cool thing, it's about mask authenticated messaging, or MAM. It helps us to communicate between the sensors and send the data to the Tangle. And this channel will be totally secured. And so that's why using this tool, by the way, we are going to make some practical stuff regarding to the mask authentication messaging. So you will see how easy to use it, and you will see the benefits of it as well. And of course, the last but not least, ability to run your own private Tangle. But you have to be careful with that, because, for example, your local tokens won't be valid in the mainnet. You have to know that. And at the same time, I guess the security level of your private Tangle will be much less than the mainnet as well. So be careful with that. But anyway, it's also a possible solution to run your product with the private Tangle, which will be almost the same as the mainnet. And let's discuss where can we use IOTA. And yeah, of course, as you might know, it's all about the IoT field in general, and especially if you're talking about smart cities, if you're talking about a smart industrial, like a smart manufacturer or whatever. So that's why in those two fields we can use all the power of IOTA. And IOTA addresses three keys challenges to enable the economics of things, or machine economics. So first key challenge is data integrity, cybersecurity, e-privacy. Of course, the other blockchain technology could also provide this solution for us, but it's not all. So second key thing, second key challenge, it's about providing a zero fee and the most important, real-time transactions. So it's really important for the IoT devices in general to communicate with each other. And of course, data-driven ecosystem, because IOTA can help us to make a kind of umbrella which cover the whole devices in one ecosystem, and devices could communicate with each other on a real-time basis. It's really important, and it's helped us to create really a bunch of wide range of projects based on the IOTA. So let's take a look at the example of use cases. All those fields right now, since even the IOTA is pretty young technology, I would say, even now we've got a proof of concept on most of these fields. For example, payments, of course, smart charging, car paying for parking, a new insurance model, a smart factory, and a IoT data marketplace, and etc. Use this list just for your inspiration as well, because using the IOTA, you could much easier to find some blue ocean in the market and find some interesting idea of the projects. And there are actually a lot of empty gaps in the market which you could cover. So that's why I want to show you this possibly and the opportunities for you. And let's do right now some more practical stuff. As I mentioned, so today we are going to discuss how to get the data from the sensor and send this data to the Tangle, to the IOTA. And this is really simplified picture because it's include a bit more nodes. So for example, to get the data from the whole sensors, you need to use some gateway, which will be communicate with, for example, Node.js server, and Node.js server prepare all this data from sensors to send it to the Tangle. So that's why this is really simplified version of implementation. But anyway, you have to understand that it's really easy to implement it. And yeah, let's discuss also about the development ecosystem, because it's also an important question. And nowadays, IOTA support bunch of programming languages like Go, Java, Python, C#, and JavaScript. And to be honest, for the C#, I couldn't find any information regarding to how to set up an environment and official documentation. And I have noticed that on the official GitHub repo, there are lack of libraries which support C#. But anyway, it's good chances for you to participate in the IOTA community and create some useful libraries as well, open source libraries. But today, I'm going to use JavaScript and to show you the simple example how to send the data to the Tangle. And I'm going to use also mom.js library. It's implementation, JavaScript implementation of mask authentication messaging. And please feel free to go to my sandbox and play around with it. So all the code existing on the sandbox, you could use this link. Of course, before we are going to do some coding, let's make some setup environment. And as I said before, you could go to the official documentation, quick start, and set up environment for your local machine. But you have just need to install Node.js and you will be ready to go. After that, we have to create a project, just simple JS file and install the library from IOTA mom. And also define entry points, which these entry points address which we are going to send to the Tangle. And of course, after that, we have to initialize mom object using the mom.init method, which generates a random seed and return a state of object that we can use to control and track the message stream. And on the right side, you can see this object. As you can see, there is a seed property. By the way, you could use your own seed if you wish and pass it as a property in the init method. Also, we've got several modes, security modes of that mask authentication messaging, and by default it's public. What does it mean public? It means if you've got if you've got a root or address, you could connect to this channel and get all the data. It's the same as the radio station. I mean, if you know the right address, you could just connect to it and get the data, and that's it. By default, it's public, but you could choose two other ones. It's the private. Private, it's a bit different. So if, for example, on the public, you could, you just need to know address and that's it. You could connect to it. But in the private, public, the address became as a hash of the root. So what it means that if you don't know the root, you can't connect to this channel at all. And also restricted. Restricted, it's more secure than the private, because all the payloads also will be encrypted, and you need to have this side key to decrypt it. So this is like 3 modes of security. And let's create our first function to send the payload to the Tangle. It looks like that. So just a couple of the line of the codes and that's it. And let's go dive deeper into it step by step. Before we are going to write this function, just need to import the converter method to convert into the right format the data which we are going to send. Okay, so our data stored into the packet, a variable, and converted to the right format, tries it's called. And we also need, since we are going to send some strings, so we need to serialize it. And we just could use the common method from JavaScript, it's json.stringify, to serialize the string. And also we have to convert it to the tries using the method which we import the couple slides before here. After that, we have to create a message using the mem.create method and put our mem state. It's the objects which we initialize at the very beginning, and tries the string which we convert to the right format. After that, when we will get an object with the right format, and this object will be actually ready to send to the Tangle. And to send the data and to set payload to the data, we have to use mem.attach method and put the parameters from the message objects, its payload property and also address. As you might know that I mentioned before about the modes. So since we use public, we need just know the address or maybe the route to send the data. So we put here this address, and this is the default settings. You could find it in the description of the libraries. I just use it here. So we use 14 for the spamnet, just for the test reason. Okay, so we are ready to send our first message to the Tangle. Of course, we need to execute our function and put it as a parameter just dummy string. And to see if it actually we send this data to the Tangle, we could use the tangle.org/mem website and put it here the address which we actually know. Can take this address from here and just decode it. As you can see, here it is our message. And of course, if you change the mode, you have to use, for example, in some case, if the mode will be a private, we need to use the message.route instead of address. And yeah, you're good to go. So that's it. We right now just, as you might know, pretty straightforward, just a couple of the lines of the code to send our first message. And to fetch this data from the Tangle, we could also use mem.fetch method and put it the address. And when after that, we will able to receive whole data which we already sent it, and also at the same time we need to convert it back using another function from the converted IOTA library and just deserialize it. So almost the same step, but in the bit different direction. That's it. So as you might notice that it's really easy to send the data to the Tangle and read this data, and you have to also be aware that you send this data totally in secure way, and moreover you don't need to reveal your identity. And at the same time, another entity which get this data, for example, if you send it peer-to-peer, will know that even that entity don't know who you are, but that entity know for sure that the data is totally from trusted sources because of Tangle concept. So this is huge advantages, and it's really easy to set up this communication between sensors and and send this data to the Tangle. Okay, that's it. And thank you for your attention. I would glad to answer on any of your questions. Just feel free to use my email or LinkedIn profile, and I will answer it as soon as possible. And hope to see you again.
Hello, everybody. My name is Guenther Dobrauz, and I'm a partner with PwC Legal in Switzerland, and I'm also a member of PwC's Global Legal Leadership Team. My particular responsibility there is to focus on our legal tech efforts, and I'm also leading financial services legal across the globe for PwC Legal. At heart, I'm a technology enthusiast. I've been a venture capitalist previously, and it's still a big part of my thinking and what I focus on in my daily practice. Today, I would like to talk to you about the dynamics of innovation and regulation in this fascinating exponential technologies age that we have the privilege to live in. And to start, I, like almost everybody, like to start with a quote. And where most people tend to use the quote of somebody famous, usually dead, and minimum one Nobel Prize, I like to use a quote from the Burning Man festival, because on their webpage they have a quote which I quite like and I believe is very important for those building the future around those amazing new technology opportunities, of which blockchain is probably center stage, but just one. And you usually see people go a little off in pipe dreams sometimes, get really fascinated about the technology. And there's nothing generally wrong with that, but I like to get people to take a step back and see the bigger picture. And for that, this quote is quite good, I believe. And what they say is that the only appropriate response to new technology is not to withdraw in your corner and believe that the world is going to end, or to believe that technology is going to solve all of your problems, but no, it's just to ask, okay, how should we use this? How can we make best use of that? And in that spirit, I would like to take you as a starting point through what I believe is the most important, or one of the most important models out there to know for everybody engaging with and around technology. And it's summarized on this slide, which in essence is a synthesis of two models. On the one hand, we have the diffusion of innovation bell curve, and on the other hand, and probably even more important, we have the S-curve by James Utterback of MIT. What the lower part of the graph shows us is basically that all innovations travel through stages where as they graduate, they attract different kinds of users. So typically it starts with innovators, the freaks and the geeks. That would be probably us, right? Those who really get the potential of technology very, very early. And from there it graduates to early adopters, early maturity, late maturity, and eventually the laggards. The laggards essentially being people who almost hate technology. They will only start to embrace it when they don't even know it's there. Only once it's buried so deep in the technology and the application that it's invisible. So that's the classical technology model that has served us quite well as a thinking model for decades almost. We will talk a little later about if that still is valid today or whether it has changed a little bit or not. But I think it's a good starting point. But more important is the other curve, the S-curve by James Utterback. And what this tells us is that any innovation ever in the history of innovation started like this and develops in the shape of an S-curve. So at the beginning, you have a lot of innovation, hundreds, if not thousands of players competing for your hearts and your wallets, essentially trying to bring their solution to market. And this goes on until at some point the dominant design arises. And this dominant design is probably not the most technically sophisticated solution, but it's the one that aligns the marketplace. It's the satisfier of the many, as it's been said at some point. And once that dominant design is established, we see upwards consolidation. There is typically for every industry 40, 50 players, maybe with hundreds and hundreds of thousands of employees, and they start to consolidate and dominate the market. And at some point, a disruptive innovation will arise and a new S-curve will start. Now, the important thing here, and in particular as the word disruption is used time and time again, and it's very popular these days, is to know that those disruptive innovations typically come from outside of the established industry. And that's probably true also, and in particular also for blockchain. And why I'm mentioning that is just to sharpen your awareness for two things. First of all, when it comes to blockchain, we don't have the technology dominant design yet. When people say blockchain, they by and large quite often mean the Bitcoin blockchain, which obviously is the most famous amongst them. And as great as it is, and as much as I like Bitcoin and in particular what the white paper has achieved, and that is to start a new age for everybody solving a technology riddle, if you like, we must be aware that it's not the one and only. There is hundreds, thousands of blockchain solutions out there right now, and we will only find out over time which one is best suited for which. Now, you will say, that's nice, but aren't you supposed to talk about legal aspects and regulation? Yes, and when we do that, we have to be aware of a second fact, and that is essentially that when we go into the regulated space, any kind of regulated space, that the technology is only one part of the solution and one part of the success to get this part right. In any kind of regulated market, the same dynamic plays out, the S-curve unfolds, but the trigger is not technology or not technology alone, it's regulation, right? If you don't get the regulatory dominant design right, it's basically building the old technology. It's like building horse carriages rather than cars, right? And most people I engage with today around technology, blockchain, they come from the technology sphere. So they're very much focused, and rightly so, on the technology solution, and they understandably disregard the legal, the regulatory realm. It's not what they feel comfortable with, it's a burden. But you have to embrace it, you have to understand it, because if you don't get that part right, you're not going to go anywhere. And let me give you some examples from history. Take the financial services space, a heavily regulated space, right? You know, if you don't cater to the market in a compliant way, you won't be allowed to do it. I'm from Switzerland, and Switzerland is one of the most important players in the financial arena, and in particular, for example, when it comes to distribution of funds. In fact, according to some statistics, Switzerland is the third most important market in the world for the distribution of fund products. But Switzerland is insignificant as a fund domicile. Now, why is that, one wonders? There is no material difference between a, say, Luxembourg UCITS fund or AIF, Alternative Investment Fund, and its Swiss counterpart. In fact, most of the regulation from the European harmonized market has been indirectly transposed into Swiss frameworks. And still it doesn't work. We're not competing in the global arena or in the European arena. Why is that? Well, it may be materially kind of the same, but it doesn't tick the compliance box. It's not a UCITS fund, it's not an AIF, and hence we can't export that. We do not comply with the regulatory dominant design, and hence we have a problem, right? And on the slide I just skipped back to this in the non-regulated space, but still, and this is a depiction of the camera market. And all of us still remember the shift from analog cameras to digital cameras, right? That's what everybody talks about. And clearly that was an S-curve jump from one to the other realm. But what we sometimes don't think about is smartphones, right? Everybody has one, and they have the cameras included. And what has happened, and what you see on this slide, is that yes, digital cameras took off really in an impressive way at the end of the 90s, 1990s that is, and they grew heavily until the end of the first decade of the new millennium. So they went from almost nowhere to more than 120 million units sold. But then within a very short time frame, 2-3 years, it completely crashed. And at the same time, we saw the rise of the new dominant design as a carrier. Right? The better those cameras got, the more usage there was. So the cadence of change is becoming faster. If you don't switch over, don't understand that, you become basically reduced, if you're lucky, to the sunset market, or the market completely vanishes. So it's an important background information to keep in the back of your minds. Big question is always, when are those shifts happening? When is the point in time for change? When are those dominant designs kicking in, and when, as a consequence, the mass market uptake does take place? Now, to be honest, my guess is as good as yours. And obviously, I wouldn't be sitting here right now talking about these things if I knew. And I believe nobody knows, right? And people are building the future right now, are just believing, they're really passionate about it. And that's what it takes to get things started. But some kind of idea some kind of realistic evaluation is needed. Now, when we look across the board, we are in the age of exponential technologies, and there's a variety of them, and it's ever expanding. And the best resource to read up upon and kind of map that out is the webpage of Singularity University, kind of the inventors of the term, if you like. And within this exciting universe of new opportunities, blockchain, in my book, and as shown on this slide, takes center stage. But when will it reach that tipping point? When will that be? So as said, I don't know, but there's a lot of smart people out there thinking about when that might happen. And one finding that I quite like and that makes sense to me is the one you see on this slide. It's from the good people at Dimension Data, and they developed these horizons of technology disruption. And it gives you kind of an indication when some of those fascinating opportunities will reach maturity to graduate to mass markets. And for blockchain, which is kind of in the center of all of this, there's a belief, and I would subscribe to that it's probably 5-6 years out. And why is that? Well, obviously because the entire supporting infrastructure must be built, and the rules, the regulation that will ultimately provide the comfort, the trust of society at large into this new opportunity have to be created. Right? It needs all of that. Just think back, if you're old enough, to when the internet started to happen. Take Amazon, right? I mean, they started in the 90s, second part of the 90s, but it took almost 10 years, conceptually they started, took almost 10 years and more for them to really take off. And it was not because the model was flawed. I mean, they got it down pat, right? But obviously you needed to have logistical rails, you needed to have all of the infrastructure to make it happen. You need to be able to pay, to order online, to make that safe, to make that smooth, to have a good user experience. And then you gotta have a logistical chain behind it that really creates the user experience that we've gotten so used to and which is today the standard. So those things take time. And obviously for those who are as passionate about blockchain as myself, 5 years sounds like a long way out. But in fact, it's not that bad, right? When we look at this slide, which most of you may have seen one way or the other, there's a couple of variants of that flying around on the internet. The one thing we clearly see is that the adoption of technology is speeding up dramatically. The usual story that goes with this one is that it has taken more than 70 years or more than 75 years even for the telephone to reach 50 million users. And that in this day and age, a mobile app like Angry Birds or Tinder can do the same in a matter of months. And it's true, right? Obviously, the model is a little, flawed in the sense that statistically it's probably not 100% accurate because, all the way back to the beginning of the 19th century or 20th century, there wasn't even that number of people around. And comparing telephones where you have to put poles up across the land and put physical devices into everybody's home is not quite the same as loading an app on, well, this platform that it actually is. But it, at heart is true. It shows you how the speed of uptake is ever increasing. The other model that most of you will have seen, and which I would just like to remind you of, is the Gartner hype cycle. And they've done excellent work in mapping out the hype cycle for blockchain businesses. And this is the version of this summer. I believe it's from July 2019, which kind of shows the various blockchain applications, verticals, and parts of it and where they are, right? Which ones are already over the hill, so to speak, and now entering sort of the slope of enlightenment in the foreseeable time. And again, there's a lot of development happening here. So if we think about that dynamic again, and here's a kind of more visually appealing version of the other slide with the increased uptake of speed, when it comes to blockchain, which is not shown here, we can probably expect that once we have the basic infrastructure which we're building on top ready to go, it may be even faster for some of the dApps and apps built upon it than even a Tinder to reach a significant audience once we can show and deliver the benefits. Because what's behind this all is what's shown on this slide. if you go back to my very first slide and remember the bell curve of adoption, I think that's what we had in the old days. But today, we are more facing what is here in blue, Big Bang disruption, as the colleagues from Accenture called it. And what this means is that we're not going through all of those sequences, through all those segments of investors, but no, we're essentially going from trial users to the vast majority. And the background to this is that once we have the trust in the technology, once we have the trust based on rules that are universally, or at least regionally universally accepted, that people will embrace it in no time, right? And also the old dynamics, explained by Porter and other great thinkers of the not so recent past, was that innovations enter at the low end of the value chain, and then they gradually eat their way into the higher value parts of it all. But that's not how it happens. To think of any Apple product, don't want to advertise them. Obviously, I like them, but there's other great ones out there as well. But when the new iPhone or iPad or whatever is released, this is not just take the iPad, a computer for poor people who can't afford a computer. No. It's something that everybody wants day one. So the school and the billion of the day it's released, and they all want it at the same time. So the dynamic is used to, I hear a great story about whatever the usefulness of some app, and everybody just downloads it and gives it, right? If you don't like it, you just get a different story than, when a couple of years ago I was buying a watch, I was thinking about which one to get for a year, and I was testing it, looking at it, and then I put my money there. No, today it's more like trial and error, trial users, boom, take it. So I believe that's kind of the dynamic we're up against. Again, once we have the technology dominant design, i.e. a solution that really truly works for mass adoption, and once we have the rules in place that will build the trust so that we can have the mass adoption. Now on a global scale, a lot of things are around. So here's just some snapshots. You basically have to update that any week. Last week, we've had the news of Germany coming up with a blockchain strategy, and then Liechtenstein has just concluded its way through Parliament for their blockchain act, and so forth. Some snapshots here. I'm not going through them. I'm just inviting you to be alert of them, because when you're building solutions around this, and when you want to access the world, because there is not one set of rules yet, probably there will never be, you have to be mindful of that and understand those developments, so you can bring together the technology dominant design and the regulatory dominant design if you really want to win important parts of the market. One example for this is ICOs. They were all the rage in 2017, a little bit into 2018. Then we've shifted more towards STOs, and now direct listings are of choice. I'm not getting into that subject because a lot of things have been said about that anyway, but this is just, our depiction and some of the work we do, trying to track that, and we provide that on a web if you are interested in that, just showing how things are developing around the world. And you need to have a feeling for that. You don't have to be a deep subject matter expert, but regulation has become a key strategic dimension. You need to understand that if you want to build the future around this amazing technology. So try to find sources where you find that kind of information, so you can incorporate that into your strategies as you build the future. Just taking a look at developments, and here most importantly at the EU. Now, Switzerland is not part of the EU, right? But I'm actually, despite recent developments, very fond of the EU. I think it's a great achievement, has brought peace to the continent. And apart from that, right now, when it comes to new technology, and in particular to blockchain, EU is really the thought leader on that. They are really carrying the torch, if you like. Not trying to slander any kind of other regional place, and obviously in Asia we also see great advancements, but and to everybody their own, and I'm not trying to qualify, but where other locations have taken a rather negative or at least neutral stance, the EU has clearly verbalized that no, they want to be a place, a location where blockchain is going to happen. They want to positively enforce it. So the EU has gone through various iterations, and again, you find a little bit of the history here. When in 17, 18, the EU Parliament asked to look into those new, focusing on given that crypto was the first application on the blockchain that sparked interest and that became tangible for people to see. So that was surveyed and recommendations were drawn up. Not going through this, but it kind of maps the areas where it was probably, well, not probably, understood that this will be and are indeed impact areas. And so ICOs, when it became a big theme that we did, and again, and other states like MSG have come up with recommendations and rules around that. And eventually, the decision was taken that we said that it was said by the EU, we want rules up terms less. ICOs just as well. The moment you're going cross-border, as you typically do by having backers from different territories, you need to understand the rules because you do not want to step on any problematic areas, right? You do not want to be non-compliant. Very important to understand that, and I believe in the ICO context, that was something that really clearly showed that. The UK was a bit behind on developments, it seemed sometimes, but obviously they were quite busy with Brexit and so forth. But this way, they've also come up with first guidance, first really tangible guidance by the FCA. Again, you find the key points summarized on this slide, not going through them in the interest of time, but I would just like to point them out. It's very important to understand what's happening in the UK. The UK, be it part of the EU or not, will always be one of the most important markets in Europe. So understanding the rules of the game there is central. You cannot do anything in Europe and ignore the UK. So again, my book and you, please do follow those developments and try to understand them, integrate them, or at least have scenarios for the UK and how that will play out. So the great idea essentially is also to, and the typical European idea, if you like, is to for ICOs initially, but also for other applications, because it is rules that is one of the traits of the European Union, allowing passporting, reducing the complexity, and a harmonized market that will allow to tap into more opportunities across the board. A lot could be said now about the US, which is not just one country. We have all those different to look at. The same is true for Asia, obviously, where we have quite different stances. But the developments in Singapore, Hong Kong, Japan, and then obviously China, they are important. You need to understand. Otherwise, it all comes down to understanding where and as the technology develops, and to really, without hopes, but really based on facts, understand where we are with the dominant design, the technology solution that will allow mass adoption, and to merge that with a clear understanding of the relevant rules that govern this new realm as it unfolds. And if you manage to bring the two together, I think this is when things become really exciting. Now, I don't want to bore you with the legal and regulatory details as said at the beginning, because there's very few people, including myself, that is, but still, I really get fascinated about that. It's mostly technique, but there's a lot of thought leadership created around that by ourselves, but obviously also by our competitors and others in the market. And I would really like to invite you to, first of all, be aware of that, and to establish a routine of checking up on the thought leadership, so you have a clear understanding on where the world is going. Here on this slide, you will find my contact details there, and we have shipped technology we all have. We have to co-create that. We have to share information. And this is what I would like to do. So feel free to call me, send me an email, a Telegram, Instagram messages, or LinkedIn, or whatever works for you. I'll be here to help. And in any case, it's fascinating times. Make the best of it. Thank you so much.
Hi, how are you? Thanks for being here. It's my first time doing this, so I would love to welcome you to this session. My name is Alejandra Labarca. I was invited here because I'm the co-founder at BlockBeam, which is a project that tries to that is developing a system that use blockchain and Beam. And what I'm going to show you is about the process we have followed during the last 2 years. First thing, at the end of 2017, I realized that blockchain is the platform on which Bitcoin has been traded. It hasn't been easy for me to understand, and I have to confess that even now, it's a matter that I have to study permanently, so as not to forget all the complex language and concepts that the blockchain has brought to our world. As I used to say, learning about the blockchain is as difficult to learn as German. As soon as I understood the main characteristics of blockchain, I knew that it would revolutionize our already known world, where centralized power has done so much harm to humanity and nature. Blockchain promises to be a solution to the lack of transparency and trust we see in our world today. Blockchain can allow the exchange of digital value according to new rules and in the decentralized way. Blockchain could provide a way to track consumption, investments, and expenditures in a way that would be easy to determine users, owners, and beneficiaries. Cities in several countries are exploring the use of the blockchain to provide better services to citizens, identify them and their business, track multimodality payments in transport, and many other uses. The emergence of blockchain has been called the second era of internet because it is the internet of value rather than information, as we know it today. The construction sector has a critical role in building our intelligent and sustainable future cities. Cities must adopt better ways to manage their scarce resources, taking into account needs and demands of citizens as well as environments and ecosystems. Since their predation is causing enormous damage to society and nature, so they are beginning to demand greater concern through climate change and social rebellions. The new economy must produce goods, services, and systems to meet today's important needs rather than creating consumer needs that lead to the accumulation of waste that the planet cannot reuse. When we decided to start our journey regarding BlockBeam, one of the most important inputs was the diagnosis of the construction sector. Not only our local reality from different perspectives, but also how construction is behaving in the beginning of the digital era. In such a way, we found that annual average growth in construction between 2014 and 2030 is expected to be 2.1% in Latin America, 2.7% in North America, and 5.4% in the Pacific Asia. All of this is because the construction in the infrastructure consumption mainly. When you go to McKinsey Global Institute, you can understand that construction is worldwide the industry that increased the least in the last 20 years, while manufacturing grew its value added by 3.6%, and the world economy by 2.8%. Construction only grew its productivity by 1%. As for the sector's impact on climate change, construction and buildings together account for 40% in energy-related CO2 emissions. They also account for 36% of the world's final energy use, of which 85% corresponds to the operation phase and 50% to construction phase. So we have a construction sector with several challenges, such as satisfy the world demand for buildings in quantity, quality, affordability, and sustainability, while improving productivity, transparency, and profitability. For cities to be cleaner and more inclusive, construction must meet new standards of CO emissions and provide a credible evidence of compliance. So once we start to talk with the industry regarding and asking them why they don't innovate or introduce such disruptive technologies, we just realize that it is because the business is still good for the owners. So not as good as in the past, but good enough not to invest in new and risky technologies. So there you can see how the industry is increasing its market capitalization and how it happened in some of the countries. Business, in the case of Latin America, the workforce is so cheap that companies prefer to work with the unskilled manpower and take advantage of regulatory conditions to maximize profits. So the main problem we can find in the construction sector is the lack of transparency, which is a very difficult barrier to tackle, and it creates a lot of other business and intermediaries around it. Depending on the regulatory framework for construction in each country, it is the extent to which construction has been able to contribute to building more sustainable and affordable cities. The role of the state in these matters is fundamental to ensure a proper distribution of land resources and minimum standard of housing to citizens. To develop Block B, we are studying the construction ecosystem in Chile, which, although McKinsey indicates would be more advanced than the rest of Latin America, it is quite lagging behind in energy efficiency standards, construction quality, not forgetting that there is a minimum acceptable because it is a seismic country, urban insertion in connectivity and connectivity. Similarly, there are weak regulations in the system of registration of professionals, auditing, warranties, and information that customers receive when they buy or invest in a property. Here in this image, you can find some of the cases where the lack of transparency gave us this result with this bridge that never get down again. It remains like that as a touristic attraction for a while in the south of Chile, and the other building is one that totally broke down with the last earthquakes we have here in 2010. In cases of infrastructure of construction of infrastructure, we can see that the problems are in the cost of managing contracts, where the owners and the contractors have a huge difference in the negotiating power, and also in the asymmetry of information they put over the table to negotiate. In addition to the above, about all the regulations that should be in place to address the lack of transparency in the construction sector, you have that the financing model is obsolete. In some findings in my country, it says that in the meanwhile, nominal value housing grow between 95 and 150% between 2009 and 2017. Incomes just grew 25%, which doesn't allow people to buy their own houses because they don't have money even to save for the first payment. So this is another reason why the construction sector in many places is breaking down. So now we have a black box where the lack of transparency lead us to poor planning, unskilled labor, contracts with wrong incentives, excessively long deadlines and times, high transaction cost, unfulfilled budgets and deadline, diffuse liabilities. In such a way, they bring as a consequence poor construction quality, decrease in investment, misinformed clients and investors, high level of informality, and higher cost of the whole process. So we have more than a lot of reasons to introduce technology in the construction sector. And BIM has been a good attempt to do that. With BIM, you have a model that it is a container of interconnected information that talks about all the infrastructure and all the materials and all the people involved in this project that you can do in the cloud with all the parties involved. The more important reason, the more important thing to be sure that this system can tell you which are the relationships between the different items you have there. So who was responsible for the design, supply, and installation of an item, for example? And this is the question that this system could provide. So BIM has a lot of advantages, although has been not as easy to install in the countries that are adopting it. But it provides greater transparency during the design phase, greater efficiency during the design and construction phases, and greater control during the operation phase. So what doesn't happen is that, and the reasons or the problems that BIM has today are the lack of standardization of the platform where this happened. BIM doesn't ensure the traceability of the actions that people implemented in the project. So you cannot know which is the chronology of the actions. On the other side, it doesn't protect the parties. It doesn't protect the intellectual property of the parties. And of course, it doesn't provide a system to have clear the liabilities. BIM doesn't either guarantee, for example, that the project is using the applicable regulations or corporate or legal regulatory standards. So this is part of the things that blockchain and smart contracts can solve. So once we have what BIM can do and what BIM cannot do, we can review what blockchain is. And blockchain is, I don't want to go into deep explanations because I'm not the best. I think there are a lot of people in this seminar that explain this, but it's a distributed digital information. It's not copied, which makes the whole difference between being the Internet of Information and the Internet of Value, which is the blockchain. And it's a series of immutable data records with date and time, and these are the blocks, managed by a set of computers, which are the nodes. No individual property, so it is decentralized, and each block is protected and chained by cryptographic principle, and that is why it is immutable. In some way, blockchain contribution to construction is to reduce costs by eliminating middlemen, as there are not intermediaries. You don't have to contract somebody else to guarantee that your counterpart is something that you can trust on. It increases certainty by ensuring the mutability of the information. It tracks across the blocks, and it provides fairness by allowing the tokenization of assets, giving them impartial value based on an algorithm more than negotiating power, which is the problem today. So the use of blockchain could encourage collaboration practices in BIM, as it solves problems of lack of trust and traceability. And it could solve a number of other problems, such as records of consultants, quality certification, life cycle measurements, and CO2 emissions, among others. So now I would like to explain what is a smart contract, or just to mention this. A smart contract is a computer program based on a blockchain platform that executes agreements between two or more entities, which is meant as self-execution. It takes place in an environment not controlled by any of the entities. As I said before, it is on the blockchain. It has the same characteristics. And if a pre-established condition is met, the program self-executes and delivers the service agreed in the contract. So it's like a vending machine where you would love to buy anything you have there, and then you put the money, and the money arrives to the machine, and the machine delivers the. So there is no any place for interpretation. There's no any place for renegotiating this contract. So as it is a computer program and it runs in pre-designed algorithm, the smart contract changes deeply the way we negotiate contracts in construction, forcing the parties to negotiate and define exhaustively the terms of the contract before designing and programming the smart contract. Although it is not possible to transform a whole construction contract into different smart contracts, it could be possible to change or to replace some process with this computer program, such as payment and project management, supply chain management, and acquisition. So there you can see how, for example, you can use IoT in the construction, delivering information and data to the blockchain, and then passing a smart contract which can allow the other part to receive, for example, the payment to put the material into the land, to the site. So this is how the process can work. So in face of all the evidence we have on the desirability of digitizing the construction sector and offering an innovative solution to make the construction ecosystem more sustainable and profitable, we have created BlockBIM. Our vision is a more transparent real estate sector that allows safer, more profitable, and democratic investment. In this sense, since our launch, we have tried to implement a well-defined plan and model, bringing information to all participants in the construction sector. In this way, we will also be able to obtain important feedback on their main needs and challenges, as well as the criteria for the decision-making. All this through different activities such as interviews, fieldwork, and the development of workshops, where we have approached little by little the different topics that we believe can open space to the development of new proposals. So now here we can see how we expect and how we visualize that BlockBIM can work. And it has all the elements. I haven't talked about all of them now, but I invite you to be part of this project and to contribute as you want to. But here you can have tokenized assets at the beginning of the construction, which gives the assets the proper to be negotiated and to be financed in early stages. You have the BIM data, where all the information is worked in the BlockBIM platform. And then you can have different smart contracts for different phases of the process. One of them can be, for example, how sustainable are the materials used here, or whatever the conditions about sustainability we can trace to certificate CO2 emissions. And yeah, we can create a whole ecosystem that have this kind of way to work with its own token and its own certifications. And of course, it has a lot of space to include other ideas and other business in the large construction sector. So, BlockBIM benefits. We can encourage the use of BIM by ensuring identity of participants, so we can end the intellectual property problem. BlockBIM can allow better scheduling and programming of operation and maintenance, increases private profitability, have less risk and cheaper contracts because it uses smart contracts, can reduce all types of uncertainty that today is increasing the value or the cost of building. It gives intelligence to the assets through tokenization, provide new sources of financing which are more liquid and transparent, can assure quality and sustainability. We can have a certification that secure emission reduction. So we can say that BlockBIM can provide us with sustainable construction with a certain profits, with guaranteed quality and affordable investment. What we can say at the end of this presentation is that the appearance of this emerging technology gives us the opportunity to study and to research and to think the unthinkable, to work to have a new alliance like the ones we have here who are working with us in our project. And that the most important thing here is not the technologies involved, but the viability of the business. And that is why we think that people that would love to have a venture in the blockchain domain, which there are a lot now, they have to be sure about the business they are building more than the technology they are using, because the technology is so new. So there's no way that we have right now the right technology, because it has just, I don't know, 5 years. So, okay, I would love to thank you for all the people who has listened to me, and the people who attend this seminar. Thank you for the Zigurat Institute for this Global Blockchain Summit, and hopefully this was useful for you in some way. Thank you very much.
When people are talking about blockchain these days, they're usually talking about cryptocurrencies and overheated token sales. And this is totally natural that there's some kind of hype when a new technology comes up. But the interesting phase comes now after the hype. So the actual standardization of the technology, the implementation, and this part where businesses start using this technology to really make a difference in their USPs and in their whole models. My name is David Wohde. I'm the founder of Accommodeo, a prop and fintech company in Germany, and I'm also the academic director of the blockchain master of the Zigurat Business School. Most importantly, students will get insights from industry leaders how to actually implement and apply blockchain technology into existing corporate or enterprise infrastructures. Students have two paths to choose. So it can either be the business path to really go into the business models lying behind blockchain technologies, and the second track will be for more the technical development sides. If you want to be part of the blockchain revolution, then feel free to join us in the master program in blockchain technologies at Zigurat Business School.